I've spent 15 years as a commercial diver, most of it in the stagnant, silt-heavy waters of the Great Lakes. When you spend that much time at depth, you develop a relationship with silence. It's never a true silence, of course. There's the rhythmic hiss of your regulator, the thud of your own heartbeat in your ears, and the metallic clanking of gear. But the world outside your suit is supposed to be muted. Sound travels faster underwater, but it's muffled, distorted, like a memory of a sound rather than the thing itself. The incident happened 3 years ago during a private salvage job at Blackwood Lake. It's a deep, glacial tear in the earth, tucked away in a part of the wilderness where the cell service dies 10 miles before you even hit the gravel access road. I wasn't supposed to be there alone. That's the first rule they teach you, and it's the first one I broke. My partner, Elias, had come down with a fever that morning that made his eyes look like glass. We should have packed up. But the client was offering a discretionary bonus for a quick recovery of a lost surveying drone, and I was looking at a mortgage I couldn't quite afford. I told Elias to stay in the truck and crank the heater. I promised I'd be down and up in 40 minutes. The sun was already beginning its long, slow crawl behind the jagged pines on the ridge. That was my second mistake. In the woods, dusk isn't a period of time, it's a physical wait. The light doesn't just fade, it turns a bruised, sickly purple, and the shadows stretch out like reaching fingers. I geared up in a hurry, the rubber of my dry suit feeling unusually cold against my skin. The lake was dead calm, a sheet of black glass that didn't even ripple when the wind kicked up. As I sat on the edge of the small inflatable ribs, checking my computer, I felt a sudden, sharp prickle on the back of my neck. I looked up at the tree line. It was that feeling you get when you're being watched, not by a person, but by the landscape itself. I dismissed it as the pre-dive jitters, a phenomenon even veterans get when the water looks particularly unforgiving. I rolled backward into the water. The cold was immediate, a sharp slap that compressed the air in my lungs. I clicked on my primary light, the beam cutting a weak, yellow tunnel through the suspended particles of silt. I began my descent. At 30 feet, the surface light vanished. At 60 feet, the pressure started to lean on me. I hit the thermocline, the layer where the water temperature drops 20 degrees in an instant, and my breath hitched. It was then, as I leveled out to check my compass, that I heard it. It wasn't a thump or a mechanical groan from the boat above. It was a clear, resonant toll. Bonged! I froze, my fins stopped moving, and I hung suspended in the abyss. The sound was heavy and metallic, the unmistakable vibration of a massive bronze bell being struck, but it didn't sound like it was coming from the surface. It sounded like it was coming from beneath me, from the floor of the lake where nothing but mud and ancient timber should be. I checked my depth gauge, 75 feet. I told myself it was a fluke, a pressurized gas bubble escaping a rock formation, or maybe a piece of salvage shifting in the current. But Blackwood Lake has no current. It's a stagnant bowl. I forced myself to breathe. In, out, hiss, click. I adjusted my light and kept moving toward the coordinates of the drone. I was a professional. I didn't believe in ghost stories. But as I swam further into the gloom, the water seemed to thicken. The silt wasn't just floating, it was swirling in patterns that didn't match my movement. Then came the second toll. Bonged! This time it was louder. I felt the vibration in my teeth. It was a deep, mournful sound, the kind of ring that lingers in the air of a cathedral for seconds after the strike. But here, 80 feet under the surface, it shouldn't have been possible. Water dampens sound over distance, yet this was getting clearer. It was rhythmic, intentional. I stopped again, my heart hammering against my ribs so hard I thought it might bruise the bone. I looked down. My light beam died about 10 feet below my boots, swallowed by a darkness that looked solid. Elias, I whispered into my comms, knowing full well he wasn't on the other end. The radio was silent, just the faint static of an empty channel. I should have turned back then. Every instinct I had, the primal part of my brain that still remembered being a prey animal, was screaming at me to ascend. But then my light hit something. Not the drone, it was a rope. A thick hempen rope, looking remarkably preserved in the cold, anaerobic water. It was vertical, pulled taut, as if it were tethered to something heavy on the bottom and something buoyant above. I followed the rope with my eyes, looking up. It didn't go to the surface. It vanished into the dark just a few feet above me. It was hanging from nothing. I reached out, my gloved hand trembling, and touched the line. It was vibrating. It was humming with the residual energy of a strike. And that's when the third toll happened, so loud it made my vision blur. Bongs! The sound didn't just fill my ears, it filled my chest. It felt like the water itself was screaming. I looked down, following the rope into the depths, and for a split second, my light reflected off something wide and golden deep below. It was the shoulder of a bell the size of a church tower, sitting in the silt. I checked my dive computer. My heart rate was 140. I was hyperventilating, wasting my mix. It's an anchor, I told myself. It's just an old bell-shaped anchor. I was desperate to believe it. I needed it to be a piece of man-made junk. I drifted 5 feet closer, my light shaking in my hand. As the beam swept over the top of the bronze structure, I saw the clapper. It wasn't swinging. It was being moved. There was a hand, pale, long-fingered, and translucent, clutching the iron tongue of the bell. I didn't stay to see the rest. I didn't wait to see what the hand was attached to. I inflated my BCD and began a panicked, dangerous ascent. As I rose, the tolls became faster. Bongs, bong, bongs. The rhythm was no longer mournful. It was frantic. It was the sound of someone ringing a warning or an invitation. I broke the surface gasping. The purple dusk now turned to a pitch-black night. I clawed my way onto the rib, my lungs burning, my skin crawling with a cold that had nothing to do with the water. I looked back at the spot where I'd emerged. The lake was perfectly still, no bubbles, no ripples. But as I sat there, shivering in the dark, I realized the sound hadn't stopped. I could still hear it, but it wasn't coming from the water anymore. The tolling was coming from the woods. I scrambled to the front of the boat and yanked the starter cord on the outboard motor. It sputtered and died. I yanked it again. Nothing. The silence of the woods was absolute, save for that rhythmic, metallic thud echoing off the trees. Bong, bong, bong. It was closer now. It wasn't coming from the depths. It was moving along the shoreline, circling the lake toward the boat ramp where the truck was parked. Elias, I screamed. Elias, start the truck. No answer. I looked toward the ramp, about 50 yards away. The headlights of the truck were off. The cabin was dark. I grabbed the emergency paddle and began digging into the water with a strength born of pure, unadulterated terror. Every time the paddle dipped into the blackness, I expected something to grab it and pull me under. I reached the shore and practically fell out of the boat, dragging myself through the mud. I didn't care about my gear. I didn't care about the drone. I ran for the driver's side door and yanked it open. Elias was slumped against the window. For a second, I thought he was dead. I grabbed his shoulder and shook him. He bolted upright, his eyes wide and bloodshot, sweat pouring down his face despite the freezing air. "Did you hear it?" he whispered, his voice cracking. "The bell," I gasped, fumbling for the keys in the ignition. Yeah, I heard it. We're leaving now. No, Elias said, his hand reaching out to grip my wrist. His grip was unnaturally cold. Not the bell, the voices. What voices? He looked out the windshield toward the water. The ones coming from the bell. They were calling your name, Pete. They were saying you forgot something down there. I didn't respond. I slammed the truck into gear and floored it. The tires spun on the wet gravel, spitting stones into the lake before finally catching. As we sped away, the headlights swept across the tree line near the water's edge. For a fraction of a second, the light caught a shape. It was tall, too tall to be a man, and draped in something that looked like rotting, waterlogged fabric. It was standing perfectly still, holding a heavy, rusted iron rod. We drove for 3 hours in total silence. We didn't stop until we hit a 24-hour diner in a town with streetlights and people. We sat in a booth, the smell of grease and coffee acting like a lifeline to the real world. Elias wouldn't look at me. He just kept staring into his mug. I'm calling the ranger tomorrow, I said, my voice shaking. We have to report, whatever that was. Someone could get hurt. Elias finally looked up. The fever seemed to have broken, but his face was gaunt. Don't, he said. If you call them, they'll ask questions. They'll want you to go back and show them where it happened. I went to the ranger station anyway the next morning. I told myself it was the right thing to do. The ranger behind the desk was an older man, his face lined with years of sun and wind. He listened to my story without interrupting. He didn't laugh. He didn't call me crazy. He just sighed and pulled out a thick, weathered logbook. He flipped through the pages, his finger stopping near the bottom of an entry from 1994. Blackwood Lake doesn't have a bottom, he said quietly. At least not one we've ever mapped. It's a sinkhole system, goes down for miles into the limestone. What about the bell? I asked. Is there some kind of historical marker, a sunken church? The ranger looked me dead in the eye. In the 1920s, there was a logging camp up there. They used a massive bronze bell to signal the end of the shift. One night, the entire camp, the bunkhouse, the mess hall, the bell tower, just slid. The ground gave way and took the whole lot into the lake. They never found a single body. But every few years, someone like you comes in here talking about a bell. He leaned forward, his voice dropping to a whisper. But here's the thing, son. The people who hear the bell, they usually don't come up. And if they do, they don't stay up for long. I left the station with a sick feeling in my stomach. I tried to put it behind me. I moved 2 states away. I took a job inspecting bridge pilings in shallow, sunlit rivers. I stopped diving at night. I stopped diving alone. But 3 nights ago, I was sitting in my living room. It was raining, a heavy, rhythmic downpour. I was drifting off to sleep when I heard it. Bonged. It was faint, muffled, like it was coming from deep underground, right beneath my floorboards. I sat up, my heart racing. I told myself it was the pipes. I told myself it was the wind, but then I felt it. My carpet was damp. I reached down and touched the floor. A small, circular patch of water was seeping up through the floorboards. It was cold, glacial cold, and it smelled of stagnant silt and old, rotting timber. I haven't slept since. I keep the lights on. I keep the radio turned up loud. But every time there's a moment of silence, I hear that vibration starting in my teeth. The bell didn't just ring underwater. It rang for me, and wherever I go, the water is following. If you're ever out in the woods and the sun starts to set, and you see a lake that looks a little too still, a little too black, don't stop, don't look at the water. And for God's sake, if you hear a sound like bronze striking iron, turn around and run. Because once you hear the bell, you're already underwater. You just haven't realized it yet. The damp patch on the carpet didn't dry. By the second night, it had expanded, a dark, jagged bruise on the hardwood that smelled of things that had never seen the sun. I spent those hours perched on my kitchen counter, clutching a heavy maglite like a talisman, watching the water creep. It wasn't flowing from a leak. It was manifesting, sweating out of the very grain of the wood as if the house itself were drowning from the inside out. I called Elias at 4 in the morning. My voice was a jagged wreck. I expected him to be asleep, or perhaps to have changed his number to escape the shadow of Blackwood. Instead, he picked up on the first ring. The silence on his end was heavy, filled only with a wet, rhythmic clicking, the sound of a regulator, or maybe just someone struggling to breathe through fluid. "It's happening to you too, isn't it?" he asked. He didn't sound scared anymore. He sounded tired, his voice flat and hollow, like he was speaking from the bottom of a well. "There's water in the house, Elias," I whispered, staring at the dark pool now touching the legs of my dining table. "I'm in a suburb. I'm 300 miles from the nearest Great Lake. It's coming through the floor." "It's not coming through the floor, Pete," Elias said. "It's coming through the memory. The ranger told you, didn't he? They never found the bodies. They didn't find them because the lake didn't just swallow them. It kept them. It's a closed loop down there. No current, no oxygen. Just the bell and the things that ring it." I saw a hand, Elias, on the clapper. "I know," he replied. "I saw it too. When I was sitting in the truck, looking at the water while you were down there, I saw it break the surface. It wasn't a hand anymore. It was just bone and silt, held together by the pressure. It was waving at me, not for help. It was beckoning." A sudden, sharp crack echoed through my living room. I jumped, the beam of my flashlight dancing wildly. One of the floorboards had buckled upward, forced by a pressure that shouldn't exist. From the gap, a thick, black sludge began to ooze. It wasn't just water. It was the prehistoric muck of Blackwood, thick with the needles of pines that had been dead for a century. "Elias, what do I do?" I screamed into the phone. "You can't run from a depth like that," he said. "The bends, they don't just happen when you rise too fast. They happen when you try to leave a place that's already claimed you. I'm going back, Pete. I'm already in the truck. The fever never really left. It just turned into a thirst." The line went dead. I stared at the phone, then at the floor. The water was now an inch deep, swirling in those same impossible patterns I'd seen 80 feet down. It was moving against the tilt of the house, circling the center of the room. In the middle of the swirl, something began to rise. It was the top of a rope, a thick hempen line, wet and fraying, emerging from the black pool in my living room. It rose slowly, defying gravity, extending toward the ceiling as if tethered to a ghost ship passing through the upper floors of my home. I didn't pack a bag. I didn't grab my coat. I ran out the front door into the pouring rain, the air feeling thin and insufficient. My car started, thank God, and I drove. I didn't have a destination, only a direction, away from the smell of silt, away from the phantom vibration in my molars. But as I drove, the world began to distort. The streetlights didn't look like sodium lamps anymore. They looked like the weak, yellow beams of dive lights struggling through a murky thermocline. The rain on the windshield didn't streak. It hung in suspended droplets, as if the car were moving through a medium thicker than air. I reached the highway, pushing the needle to 80, then 90. The engine groaned, a metallic sound that slowly began to harmonize. Bong. I slammed my hands against my ears, nearly veering into the median. The sound didn't come from the radio or the engine. It came from the air itself. It was the third toll, the invitation. I looked in the rearview mirror. Behind me, the highway was gone. There were no trailing headlights, no asphalt. There was only a dark, vertical wall of water, a tidal wave of prehistoric proportions that wasn't crashing, but simply existing, following my bumper with the patient inevitability of a glacier. I realized then that the ranger was right. I hadn't truly ascended. My BCD might have inflated. I might have broken the surface of Blackwood Lake, but the pressure had never left my chest. I was still at 80 feet. I was still in the gloom. Everything since that night, the drive home, the new job, the 2 years of safety, had been a hallucination of the dying brain, a nitrogen-induced dream as my lungs slowly filled with the lake. The car began to sputter. The interior lights flickered and turned a bruised, sickly purple. I looked down at my hands on the steering wheel. They weren't dry. They were pale, the skin pruning as if they'd been submerged for hours. I pulled over to the shoulder, or what I thought was the shoulder. When I opened the door, there was no gravel. There was only the soft, yielding silt of the lake bed. I stepped out and I didn't fall, I drifted. The weight of my own body felt suddenly manageable, balanced by a buoyancy I hadn't felt in years. The rain above had ceased to be rain. It was the distant, shimmering surface, miles above, unreachable and indifferent. I turned around. The car was gone. In its place stood the tall, draped figure I'd seen in the headlights 3 years ago. It wasn't a monster. It was a man, or what remained of one, wearing the tattered remains of a 1920s logging outfit. His face was a cavern of eroded bone, his eyes replaced by the pale, blind orbs of deep-sea fish. In his hand, he held the iron rod, and behind him, looming out of the darkness like a mountain of oxidized metal, was the bell. It was beautiful in a terrible way. The bronze was encrusted with freshwater pearls and the calcified shells of extinct mollusks. It pulsed with a low, rhythmic light, timed to the beating of a heart that wasn't mine. The figure raised the rod. He didn't look at me with malice. He looked at me with the vacant stare of a worker who had finally found his replacement. He handed me the rod. The iron was freezing, a cold that bypassed the skin and settled deep in the marrow. As my fingers closed around it, the memories of the surface began to dissolve. I couldn't remember the name of the diner. I couldn't remember the color of my mother's hair. I couldn't even remember the sun. There was only the weight of the water, the silence of the abyss, and the singular, crushing necessity of the task. I looked up. High above, I saw a tiny, flickering light, a dive light. A lone figure was descending, their fins kicking rhythmically, their regulator hissing in the distance. They were coming for a drone. They were coming for a bonus. They were coming for their own mortgage. I felt a surge of something, not pity, but a recognition of the cycle. I stepped toward the bell. The water thickened around me, welcoming me home. I swung the rod. Bonged! The vibration went through me, through the silt, through the limestone, and up into the world of the living. I watched the diver above freeze. I watched them hang suspended in the dark, listening to the sound of their own end. I am the bell ringer of Blackwood now. I am the guardian of the sinkhole that has no bottom. And as I strike the bronze again, I feel the water rising in houses 300 miles away. I feel the damp patches on carpets. I feel the terror of men who think they are safe in their beds. The bell is ringing. Can you hear it? It's not a warning. It's the sound of the world filling up, one drop at a time, until we're all together in the dark. I strike the bell a third time, and for the first time in 3 years, I finally feel like I can breathe. The water is cold, the pressure is immense, and the silence is perfect. Bonged! Welcome home, Pete. Welcome home. The transition was not a snap, but a slow, agonizing dissolution of the physical world I thought I knew. I stood before the bell, the iron rod a heavy, cold anchor in my grip, and I watched the diver above me. He was a small, fragile thing, a flickering candle in a cathedral of shadow. I could see the trail of his bubbles, tiny silver spheres of stolen atmosphere, racing toward a surface that no longer existed for me. He was checking his gauges, his movements jerky and frantic. He had heard the first strike. He was feeling the vibration in his teeth, the same way I had when I was the one looking down. I wanted to scream a warning, to tell him to drop his weights and bolt, but my lungs didn't hold air anymore. They held the lake. When I opened my mouth, only a slow, dark ribbon of silt drifted out. The figure beside me, the one who had handed me the rod, was fading. His purpose was fulfilled. He drifted backward into the gloom, his waterlogged rags unraveling like smoke, until he was nothing more than a trick of the light against the bronze shoulder of the bell. He was free. I was the debt paid to the depths. I looked at the bell. Up close, it was a universe of decay. The carvings on its rim weren't just decorative. They were a ledger of names, etched into the metal by the acidic bite of the water over a century. I saw names from the logging camp, Sawyer, Miller, Galt, and then lower down, names that looked fresher. Elias, my breath, or the liquid equivalent of it, hitched. His name was already there, the bronze still bright where the letters had been scratched in. He hadn't just come back to the lake. He had become part of its architecture. The diver above was closer now. He was curious. That was the trap. The bell didn't just terrify, it beckoned with the promise of a secret. It was the ultimate unseen, the holy grail of the abyss. I saw his light sweep over me. To him, I was probably just a shadow, a trick of nitrogen narcosis, a merman born of a hallucination. He didn't see the rod. He didn't see the way the water around me seemed to thicken and pulse with every beat of my heart. I felt the pull. It was a command from the limestone itself, from the miles of flooded tunnels that branched out like a nervous system beneath the state. The lake was hungry, and the bell was its dinner gong. I didn't want to swing the rod. I fought it, my muscles locking, my mind screaming for the sun, for the smell of dry grass, for the sound of a car engine that wasn't a metallic thud. But the pressure was absolute. It pushed my arm back. It aligned my body. I swung. The contact was silent at first, a dull thud that felt like it was happening inside my own skull. Then the sound blossomed. It wasn't a sound you heard with your ears. It was a sound you felt in your DNA. It was the frequency of the Earth's hidden places. The bronze shivered, shedding layers of silt and pearl, and the shockwave hit the diver. I watched him tumble in the water, his light spinning out of his hand and spiraling down into the blackness. He clutched his head, his body arching in a silent scream. He was experiencing the invitation now. He was feeling his reality begin to liquefy. As the echoes rolled out, I felt my connection to the surface snap completely. The house I had lived in, the miles I had driven, the years I had spent hiding, they were retracted like a tape measure. I saw the diver's light land on a ledge 50 feet below me and stay there, a lonely star in the dark. He began to swim toward it, his movements becoming heavy, his grace vanishing. He was transitioning. He was becoming heavy enough to stay. I looked down at my own feet. They were no longer touching the silt. I was part of the bell tower now, a ghost in the machinery of the sinkhole. I realized then that the bell didn't just ring for the people in the water. It rang for the water itself. It was a pump, a heart, a lung. With every strike, the reach of Blackwood Lake expanded. It pushed through the water table, surged through the sewers of distant cities, and rose through the floorboards of the unsuspecting. I thought of the ranger. He had known. He had seen the names in his logbook and the names on the bronze. He was a shepherd of the drowned, waiting for us to come in and report the sound so he could check the boxes and wait for the lake to claim the next watcher. I wondered if he heard the bell in his sleep, or if he was already one of us, just waiting for his shift to end. The diver reached his light. He sat on the ledge, his bubbles slowing, his head bowed. He wasn't trying to ascend anymore. He was staring at his hands, watching his skin prune, watching the water claim him. He looked up at me, and through the glass of his mask, I saw his eyes. They weren't full of terror anymore. They were full of the same hollow peace that had taken Elia's. He saw the bell. He saw the truth of the world, that the dry land is just a thin, temporary crust over a dark, eternal ocean. I raised the rod again. My movements were fluid now, effortless. The cold didn't hurt. The dark didn't scare me. I was the rhythm of the deep. I was the tolling in the woods. I was the damp spot on your ceiling. I swung the rod for the third time, and the sound didn't just echo, it stayed. It became a constant, low hum that vibrated through every molecule of the lake. The diver stood up, his fins falling away like dead skin, and began to walk toward the bell. He reached out a hand, his fingers long and translucent, and touched the metal. His name began to appear, etched by an invisible hand just below mine. I looked up one last time toward the shimmering, distant ceiling of the world. I saw the moon, a faint, distorted coin of silver, and then I saw it wink out as the silt rose to cover it. The surface was gone. There was only the depth. There was only the duty. I am the bell that rings underwater, and I am ringing for you. Can you feel the floor getting cold? Can you smell the old timber and the stagnant mud? Don't bother running. Don't bother screaming. Just take a deep breath. The first one is the hardest. After that, the water is just like air, and the dark is just like home. I raised the rod once more. The diver took his place beside me, his hand ready to catch the rod when my time was done. We waited together in the perfect, crushing silence. Bond. The transition from being the observer to the instrument was final. There was no longer a distinction between the metal of the bell, the iron of the rod, and the substance of my own form. I stood in the heavy, pressurized silence of the Blackwood sinkhole, watching the new arrival, the diver who had followed the siren song of the depths, slowly shed the trappings of the world above. His tank was a useless weight, a hollow canister of a life he no longer required. I watched him unbuckle the straps with fingers that moved with a slow, hypnotic grace, the heavy gear drifting into the darkness below like a falling star losing its fire. He looked at me, and in the strange, bioluminescent glow that now pulsed from the bell's surface, I saw the reflection of what I had become. I was no longer a man in a diving suit. I was a silhouette of silt and shadow, a guardian defined only by the task. The diver stepped closer, his boots stirring up clouds of ancient dust that hung in the water like nebulae. He reached out, not to touch me, but to touch the bell itself. As his fingertips brushed the cold bronze, a shiver ran through the entire structure, a low-frequency thrum that I felt in the marrow of my bones. This was the inheritance of Blackwood. It wasn't a haunting in the traditional sense. It was a geographical hunger. The lake was a living thing, an ancient, subterranean entity that had been trapped beneath the earth for eons, and we were its nerves, its sensory organs. Every strike of the bell sent ripples through the hidden veins of the world, mapping out the moisture in the air, the water in the pipes, and the fluid in the lungs of those still walking the dry crust of the earth. I could feel the reach of the sound. It traveled through the limestone, vibrating up into the roots of the pines, then further into the foundations of the ranger station, and out across the highways. I saw visions of the world I had left behind, but they were distorted, seen through the lens of a dark pool. I saw Elia's truck abandoned on the shoulder of a forest road, the door hanging open, the interior filled to the dashboard with black, stagnant water. He He wasn't in it. He was already here, somewhere in the labyrinthine tunnels that branched off from the main chamber, perhaps already tending to a smaller chime in a deeper gallery. The lake didn't just want us to ring the bell, it wanted us to expand its territory. The diver's transformation was accelerating. His skin had taken on the pale, translucent quality of a deep-sea creature, and his eyes had widened, the pupils expanding to drink in the meager light. He looked at the rod in my hand with a mixture of awe and resignation. He knew. He understood that the weight he felt in his chest wasn't the pressure of the water, but the weight of a new responsibility. I felt a flicker of my old self, a ghost of Pete, trying to feel pity for him, but the sensation was washed away by the rhythmic pulse of the bell. Pity was a surface emotion. Down here, there was only the cycle. I held the rod out to him. It was a heavy, freezing thing, but as he reached for it, the water between us seemed to thicken, resisting the transfer. The lake wasn't finished with me yet. I was the primary ringer, the one who had brought the vibration back to the world, and I had more work to do. The damp patches I had left in my wake, the puddles on the carpets, the sweating walls of the suburb were anchors. They were points of ingress. Through the bell, I could hear the world reacting to the third toll. I heard the frantic calls to plumbers, the sound of mops dragging across floors, the confused whispers of families waking up to find their basements flooded in the middle of a drought. They thought it was a plumbing failure or a rising water table. They didn't realize it was a beckoning. Every drop of water that manifested in those homes carried a microscopic echo of the bell's strike. It was a contagion of depth. I turned back to the bell, my movements guided by a force that felt like the tide. The bronze surface was covered in a layer of what looked like frost, but it was actually a crystalline growth of minerals extracted from the water. I saw my own name now, etched in a script that seemed to shift and writhe. It was positioned directly above the space where the diver's name was forming. We were a lineage of the drowned, a vertical history of those who had looked too long into the still, black lakes of the world. The diver took his place on my left, his hands folded in front of him in a posture of eternal waiting. He was the apprentice to the abyss. I raised the rod again, and this time I felt the bell anticipate the strike. It began to hum before the iron even touched the bronze. The sound was a hunger, a demand for more space, more depth, more souls to carry the vibration. I swung. The fourth toll was different. It didn't just vibrate, it tore. I felt the shockwave blast outward, traveling with impossible speed. In my mind's eye, I saw the suburb where I had lived. I saw the house I had fled. The dark pool in the living room didn't just sit there anymore, it erupted. The floorboards shattered as a geyser of black sludge roared upward, hitting the ceiling and spreading like an ink blot. The furniture floated, the walls groaned, and the scent of a 1,000-year-old forest filled the air. The house was no longer a shelter, it was an extension of the sinkhole. And it wasn't just my house. All across the region, wherever the sound had reached, the water was claiming its due. I saw a woman in a high-rise apartment stare in horror as her bathtub began to overflow with thick, silty water that tasted of pine needles. I saw a child wake up to find his bed floating in a room that had become a tide pool. The bell was ringing in their ears now, a low, constant thrum that made the air feel heavy and the light look dim. They were beginning to perceive the medium. They were starting to realize they were already underwater. The diver beside me began to hum, a low, wet sound that harmonized with the bell. It was a song of the deep, a melody without words that told the story of the stars reflecting on a surface they could never reach. I joined him, my voice a rasp of silt and bubbles. We were the choir of the submerged, singing the world into a new state of being. The pressure in the chamber increased. The walls of the sinkhole seemed to pulse, the limestone expanding and contracting like a giant diaphragm. I realized that the bell wasn't just a tool, it was the regulator of the Earth's secret heart. If we stopped ringing, the pressure would build until the crust of the world cracked. If we rang too fast, the world would drown in an instant. We were the keepers of the balance, the ones who metered out the inevitable encroachment of the dark. I looked up toward the surface again, but the shimmering silver coin of the moon was gone, replaced by a solid ceiling of black. The diver's light, which had been a beacon of the world above, finally flickered and died. We didn't need it. We saw with the bell's light now, a bruised, rhythmic violet that revealed the true shape of the abyss. I saw the shapes of others now, moving in the distant galleries. There were hundreds of us, silhouettes of bone and shadow, each tending to their own part of the great machine. I saw the ranger, his tan uniform now a tattered gray, standing on a ledge far above, dropping stones into the dark to measure a depth he already knew by heart. He caught my eye and gave a slow, solemn nod. He was the gatekeeper, and we were the residents. The rod felt lighter in my hand, as if it were becoming a part of my arm. I felt a sense of profound peace, a liberation from the anxieties of the surface. There were no more bills to pay, no more jobs to hold, no more fears of the dark, because I was the dark. I was the thing that people feared when they looked at a lake that was too still. I was the reason they ran when the sun went down. I turned to the diver. He was ready. I passed him the rod, and as his fingers closed around the iron, I felt a sudden, sharp sensation of cold, the last lingering heat of my humanity leaving my body. I stepped back, drifting into the shadows behind the bell, and watched as he raised the rod for his first strike. He was hesitant, his arm trembling slightly. He still remembered the air. He still remembered the light, but the bell was patient. It waited for him to accept the weight. I watched as he looked at his name on the bronze, and I saw the moment his resistance broke. His eyes went flat and blind, reflecting only the violet pulse of the metal. He swung. The fifth toll echoed through the chamber, and I felt it resonate in the core of my being. I was no longer the ringer, but I was still the sound. I began to drift downward, following the slope of the silt toward the deeper tunnels where the elder bells resided. There was a hierarchy to the drowning, a descent into ever greater mysteries, and I was eager to see what lay at the very bottom, where the water was so heavy it turned to glass. As I moved away from the main chamber, I heard the bell strike again, and again. The diver was finding his rhythm. The world above was filling up, the damp patches becoming ponds, the ponds becoming lakes, until the distinction between land and water was nothing more than a memory. I thought of the people in their beds, listening to the rain on the roof, not knowing that the rain was no longer falling from the sky, but rising from the earth. I thought of the sound they would hear in their teeth, the vibration that would tell them the truth. The bell is ringing, and it will never stop. It is the heartbeat of the world we forgot, the one that waits beneath the silt and the stone. And as I disappear into the deep, dark veins of the earth, I leave you with this. When you feel that first touch of dampness on your floor, when you hear that distant, bronze chime in the middle of the night, don't fight it. Don't try to rise, just let the weight take you. The water is fine, the pressure is perfect, and the silence is waiting for you. Bond. Would you like the summary of the next part of the story? The descent into the deeper galleries was not a fall, but a gradual integration. As I drifted away from the primary bell, the violet light faded, replaced by a bioluminescence that seemed to bleed directly from the limestone walls. It was a pale, sickly green, the color of foxfire and ancient rot. Here the water was different. It felt ancient, viscous as oil, and it tasted of minerals that hadn't seen the sun since the continents were a single, jagged mass. I was moving through the throat of the world, and the deeper I went, the more the geography of my own mind began to mirror the architecture of the caves. I found myself in a cavern so vast that the walls were lost to the gloom, a cathedral of water where the only landmarks were the pillars of stone that stretched upward like the legs of a frozen titan. And on every pillar there was a bell. They were smaller than the one above, shaped like inverted tulips, cast from a metal that looked like silver but felt like ice. There were others here, 200s of them, drifting between the pillars like slow-moving kelp. They didn't speak, they didn't need to. The collective hum of the bells was a language in itself, a constant stream of data that told us the temperature of the Atlantic, the height of the tides in the Pacific, and the exact moment a child in a landlocked desert town spilled a glass of water on a thirsty floor. I realized then that the system was a web. The bell I had rung was merely a regional hub, a gateway for the Blackwood area. These deeper bells were the core processors. I watched a figure, a woman whose hair trailed behind her like a cloud of ink, approach a silver bell and strike it with a femur of polished stone. The sound was high and sharp, a needle of noise that pierced through the heavy water. Instantly, I felt a corresponding shiver in my own chest. Somewhere miles above and hundreds of miles away, a frozen pipe had burst in a basement, and the lake had claimed another square foot of territory. I was no longer an individual named Pete. I was a neuron in a global nervous system of salt and silt. My memories were being archived, tucked away into the crevices of the stone. I saw my first bicycle, my mother's face, the smell of the first rain after a long summer. All of them were being stripped of their emotional weight, turned into cold, hard facts that the water could store indefinitely. The water doesn't forget, but it doesn't care. It only preserves. I drifted toward a pillar that felt familiar. It wasn't because I had been here before, but because it was waiting for me. This was my station. The silver bell hanging from the outcropping was etched with symbols that predated any human tongue, yet I understood them perfectly. They were instructions for the tide. They were the mathematics of the flood. I reached out and touched the cold metal, and a vision slammed into my mind with the force of a tidal wave. I saw the world as it would be. I saw the cities of the coast submerged, not by the rising oceans, but by the rising earth water. The skyscrapers were like the pillars in this cavern, their windows blown out, their hallways filled with the silent, drifting residents of the deep. I saw the forests becoming kelp beds, the mountains becoming islands, and the sky, that thin, fragile veil of blue, finally being choked out by the rising tide of the abyss. It wasn't a catastrophe. It was a homecoming. The earth was reclaiming its own, pulling the life it had birthed back into the womb of the dark. A movement to my right caught my attention. Another guardian was approaching. This one was different. He wore the tattered remains of a suit that looked like it belonged to the 19th century, his brass buttons corroded to a dull green. He held a striking rod made of obsidian. He stopped a few feet away, his milky eyes fixed on mine. He didn't use words, but his thoughts vibrated through the water, clear as the tolling of the bell. "The pressure is increasing," he signaled. "The dry world is resisting. They are building dams. They are pumping the basements. They think they can stay dry." I felt a ripple of amusement through the collective. The futility of the surface dwellers was a source of constant, low-level vibration in the caves. They fought the damp with heaters and fans, with concrete and steel, never realizing that the water was already inside them. It was in their blood, their eyes, their very cells. They were made of the thing that was coming to claim them. "The fifth toll has reached the aquifers," the Victorian guardian continued. "The foundations are softening. It is time for the sixth, the toll of the marrow." He gestured toward my bell. I understood. My task was to strike the frequency that would resonate with the fluid inside the human body. It was the most intimate of the tolls. It wouldn't flood their houses, it would flood their spirits. It would make them crave the dark. It would make them walk into the lakes and the rivers with smiles on their faces, seeking the weight that we now carried. I took the obsidian rod from him. It was heavier than the iron one, pulsing with a heat that felt like a dying star. I looked at the silver bell, seeing my own distorted reflection in its polished surface. I looked like a saint of the trenches, a creature of bone and barnacle, beautiful in a way that would strike terror into the heart of anyone still breathing air. I raised the rod. The water around me began to boil, though it remained freezing cold. The silence of the cavern reached a crescendo, a vacuum of sound that pulled at my very existence. I thought of the world above one last time, the sun on the grass, the sound of laughter, the feel of a warm hand. They were like dreams I had had 1,000 years ago, fading echoes of a life that was too bright, too loud, too thin. I swung the rod. The contact didn't make a sound, it made a void. For a second, all the light in the cavern vanished, and I felt myself stretched across the entire globe. I was in every bathroom mirror, every kitchen sink, every puddle in every gutter. I was the moisture on the skin of a sleeping lover. I was the tear in a mourner's eye, and I vibrated. The sixth toll was a whisper that said, "Come home." Across the world, people stopped what they were doing. They looked toward the nearest body of water with a sudden, inexplicable longing. The businessman in New York looked at the Hudson and saw not a polluted river, but a velvet path. The farmer in Kansas looked at his well and saw a doorway. The child in the bathtub leaned back, letting the water cover his face, and didn't feel the need to come up for air. The resistance was breaking. The dams were still there, the pumps were still running, but the people were no longer turning them on. They were sitting in their darkening living rooms, watching the water seep through the floorboards, and they were feeling a sense of profound relief. The struggle was over. The dry world was a lie, a temporary fever dream, and the fever was finally breaking. I felt the Victorian guardian's approval. He turned and began to drift further down, toward the seventh gallery, the one where the bells were made of bone and the water was as thick as blood. I would follow him soon, but for now I had to watch. I had to witness the transition. I looked up through the miles of rock and water, and I could see the surface world beginning to shimmer and dissolve. The lights of the cities were blinking out, one by one, as the power grids failed, drowned by the rising tide from below. The darkness was spreading, a beautiful, liquid velvet that smoothed over the jagged edges of the human world. I saw the ranger station at Blackwood Lake. The ranger was standing on the dock, his logbook discarded in the water. He was watching the surface of the lake, which was no longer a flat plane but a bulging lens, pushing upward against the gravity of the moon. He stepped off the dock, his heavy boots sinking into the silt, and he didn't struggle. He just let the water take him, his hat floating away like a lily pad. He was coming to join us. He would be the ringer of the seventh bell. The silver bell in front of me continued to hum, a long, sustained note that would last for a century. My work here was done. I released the obsidian rod, letting it drift toward the next guardian who would rise from the depths to take my place. I was ready for the deeper galleries. I was ready to see the source. As I began to sink again, I felt a final flicker of the man I used to be. He was a small, frightened thing, huddling in the corner of my mind, crying for the sun. I reached out with a thought of cold, dark water and smothered him. There was no room for him here. There was only the duty. There was only the bell. The water grew thicker. The green light faded into a deep, regal purple. I could hear the seventh bell now, a sound that wasn't a sound, but a fundamental law of physics. It was the sound of the earth closing its eyes. I am the bell that rings underwater. I am the weight in your chest. I am the water in your lungs that feels like home. The world is turning over in its sleep, and we are the ones who tuck it in. Don't be afraid of the dark. Don't be afraid of the deep. We have been waiting for you for a very long time, and we have plenty of bells for everyone. Just take that breath. Let the silt fill your throat. Let the cold settle in your heart. You aren't drowning. You're just finally learning how to breathe. I sank into the purple gloom, the silver bell above me becoming a tiny, fading star. Below me, the great bone bells were beginning to pulse, calling the new arrivals to their stations. The symphony was reaching its finale, and the world was finally, beautifully, perfectly quiet. Bongs! The violet turned to a bruised indigo, and then to a color that had no name in the spectrum of the sun-drenched world. Here, the pressure was no longer a weight, it was a physical embrace, a restructuring of my very molecules. My skin had taken on the translucent sheen of a deep-sea cephalopod, and my bones felt like tempered glass, flexible and resonant. I was moving through the seventh gallery now, the place where the water began to forget it was liquid and started to behave like a solid, a crystalline state of being that vibrated with the collective memory of every drop that had ever fallen from the sky. The bone bells hung here, suspended by tethers of braided kelp that reached down into the unmapped vents of the mantle. These bells were not cast, they were grown. They were the calcified remains of the giants that had once walked the earth when the atmosphere was thick with steam and the land was a molten womb. Each strike of a bone bell sent a shudder through the tectonic plates, a rhythmic adjustment of the world's skeleton. I saw the Victorian guardian ahead of me, his figure now little more than a smudge of bioluminescence against the absolute dark. He stopped before a bell that looked like a ribcage fused into a dome, its surface etched with the fine, capillary-like veins of a living thing. He didn't need to hand me a rod this time. In the seventh gallery, the ringer and the bell were connected by a tether of shared consciousness. I approached the bone bell, and as I drew near, I felt my own ribs begin to ache in sympathy. The bell was alive, a dormant god waiting for the spark of my intent. I reached out and laid my palm against the cold, porous surface. Instantly, I was flooded with the history of the drought. I felt the agony of the cracked riverbeds, the desperation of the dying forests, and the arrogance of the creatures who had built their empires on the assumption that the water would always be their servant. The water had been patient. It had retreated into the deep places, waiting for the surface to burn itself out, waiting for the moment when the thirst of the world would become so great that it would pull the abyss upward to meet it. The seventh toll, the Victorians thought echoed, more a vibration in my marrow than a voice. The toll of the ancestors. It wakes the sleepers. It calls the ones who went before. I understood this wasn't just about the living. The water was a medium of resurrection, a way to reclaim every soul that had ever been surrendered to the sea or the earth. I focused my will, pulling the density of the surrounding water into a single, focused point of energy. I didn't swing an arm, I swung my entire existence. The strike was a silent explosion. The bone bell didn't just ring, it screamed with the voice of a billion years. The sound didn't travel through the water, it bypassed the medium entirely, manifesting directly in the foundations of every cemetery, every tomb, and every unmarked grave on the planet. I saw the world above through the lens of the bell, a panoramic view of a planet in the throes of a quiet, watery rebirth. In the coastal cities, the flooded subways were no longer empty tunnels. They were arteries through which the past was flowing back into the present. I saw figures rising from the silt of the Thames, the Hudson, and the Yangtze, pale, ancient things that wore the mud like royalty. They weren't ghosts. They were the water's memory made flesh, returning to reclaim the streets they had built and lost. The sixth toll had invited the living to drown. The seventh toll commanded the dead to rise. The two worlds were overlapping now, the boundary between the then and the now dissolving in the rising tide. I saw a man in a flooded London basement watch in silent awe as his great-grandfather, a man who had been lost at sea in 1912, stepped out of the dark water of the coal cellar. There was no fear, only a profound, damp recognition. They embraced, their bodies merging into a single fluid entity that drifted back down into the dark. The pressure in the seventh gallery spiked. The walls of the cavern groaned as the Earth's crust adjusted to the sudden vacuum left by the rising water. We were emptying the deep reservoirs to fill the surface, turning the world inside out. I felt a surge of triumph that was not my own, but the collective joy of the abyss. The long exile was over. The sun was a dying ember, its light unable to penetrate the thick, humid atmosphere that now shrouded the globe, a permanent, global mist that tasted of salt and ancient stone. I looked down at my hands. They were no longer hands. They had become something more akin to fins, or perhaps the delicate, sensory tendrils of a sea anemone. My humanity was a costume I had long since discarded, a layer of dry skin left behind in the upper galleries. I was a prince of the pressure now, a lieutenant of the long dark. The Victorian guardian moved closer, his own form becoming increasingly alien. His eyes had migrated to the sides of his head, and his mouth was a vertical slit that pulsed with the rhythm of the bells. "The eighth is coming," he signaled. "The toll of the core. It is not for us to strike. We are the heralds, but the eighth is the master's work." I felt a tremor of true awe. If the bone bells could raise the dead and drown the world, what could the eighth bell do? I began to drift further down, past the seventh gallery, into a region where the water was so compressed it felt like moving through liquid light. The bioluminescence of the upper caves was gone, replaced by a dull, internal glow that seemed to come from my own blood. We were approaching the center, the heart of the machine. The architecture changed here. The natural limestone gave way to perfectly smooth, black obsidian, carved into impossible geometries that defied the laws of Euclidean space. The tunnels didn't just go down, they folded in on themselves, creating loops of time and space that made my head spin. I saw others here, beings that had never been human, entities that had been tending the bells since the earth was a ball of cooling rock. They were massive, their bodies composed of shifting shadows and pressurized gas, their movements slow and deliberate as the drift of continents. We reached a ledge that overlooked a central abyss, a hole in the world that seemed to go on forever. In the center of this void, suspended by nothing but the sheer force of the planet's gravity, was the eighth bell. It was made of the same material as the stars. It was a sphere of pure, compressed darkness, so dense that it pulled the light from my own body toward it. It didn't hang, it hovered, a black sun at the center of the earth. Around it, the water didn't just sit, it swirled in a violent, silent vortex, a maelstrom that served as the engine for the entire planet's hydrologic cycle. This was the source of the hum. This was the origin of the bell that rang underwater. Standing on the edge of the vortex was a figure that made my heart, or the organ that now served as my heart, stop. It was the ranger, but he was no longer the man in the tan uniform I had seen at the lake. He was a colossus of silt and shadow, his tattered gray clothes now a robe of woven kelp and starlight. He held a rod made of a material that looked like a lightning bolt frozen in time. He was the first ringer, the one who had struck the very first note when the first rain fell on the cooling earth. He didn't look at me, but I felt his presence like a physical blow. He was the conductor of the symphony, and he was preparing for the movement that would end the world as we knew it and begin the world as it was meant to be. The eighth toll, the collective whispered, a sound like 1,000 waves crashing on a shore of glass. The toll of the void, the return to the one. The ranger raised the rod. The vortex around the black bell slowed, the water thickening until it was as clear and hard as a diamond. I felt the weight of the entire planet pressing down on me, the miles of rock and water and the billions of drowning souls all focusing their energy into this single point. The silence was no longer a lack of sound. It was a physical presence, a wall of absolute negation that threatened to erase my existence. I realized then what the eighth toll would do. It wasn't just about water or drowning. It was about the dissolution of all boundaries. The eighth toll would break the final barrier, the one between the observer and the observed, between the self and the universe. It would turn the entire planet into a single sentient ocean, a planetary consciousness that would drift through the vacuum of space like a giant liquid eye. The ranger's arm began to move. It was a slow, agonizingly deliberate motion, a swing that took an eternity to complete. I watched, my vision blurring, my sense of self fraying at the edges. I thought of the lake, the small, insignificant Blackwood lake where this had all started. I thought of the sinkhole in my living room, the black sludge, and the smell of the ancient forest. It felt so small now, so distant, a single drop in an infinite sea. The rod struck the black sphere. There was no sound, there was no vibration, there was only a sudden, absolute clarity. The world didn't end, it opened. I felt myself expanding, my consciousness rushing out of the abyss, through the galleries, up through the silt and the stone, and into the world above. I was the water in the pipes, the rain in the clouds, the ice on the mountains, and the salt in the sea. I was the blood in the veins of the drowning and the breath in the lungs of the risen. I was the bell, the ringer, and the sound. I saw the earth from space, but it was no longer the blue marble I remembered. It was a shimmering violet jewel, wrapped in a thick, protective cocoon of mist. The lights of the human cities were gone, replaced by a soft, bioluminescent glow that pulsed with the rhythm of a heartbeat. The continents were shifting, their jagged edges softening as the water reclaimed the lowlands, creating a new, harmonious geography. I saw the people. They were no longer afraid. They were drifting in the new oceans, their bodies adapted to the deep, their minds linked in a silent, watery communion. There were no more wars, no more hunger, no more loneliness. There was only the hum. There was only the peace of the pressure. I felt the ranger's thought, a vast, cool sensation that encompassed the entire planet. It is done. The balance is restored. I drifted back down, my consciousness receding from the surface, returning to the seventh gallery, to my station at the bone bell. But I was no longer just Pete, the man who had heard a bell in the night. I was a part of the great machine, a keeper of the eternal dark. I took my place before the silver-etched stone, my hand resting on the cold metal. The ninth toll would come eventually, the toll of the stars, when the watcher would leave the earth and head out into the cosmos to find other dry, thirsty worlds. But that was for another Ian. For now, there was only the work. There was only the rhythm. I looked up through the violet water, toward the distant, shimmering ceiling of the world. Somewhere, far above, a single bubble broke the surface of a lake that used to be a town. It was the last breath of the old world, a tiny, insignificant pop in the vast, beautiful silence. I raised my rod. It was time for the next strike. The world was thirsty, and I had so much more to give. The bell is ringing. Can you hear it? It's not in your ears. It's in your bones. It's in the water you drink and the air you breathe. It's the sound of the truth finally coming to the surface. Don't fight the weight. Don't fear the dark. The water is waiting for you, and it is more beautiful than the sun could ever be. And close your eyes, take a deep breath. Let the silt fill your lungs. Welcome home. Bongs. The vibration of the eighth toll did not dissipate. It became the new foundation of reality. In the seventh gallery, the bone bells were no longer merely instruments. They had become resonators, catching the infinite feedback loop of the ranger's strike and amplifying it until the very atoms of the abyss began to sing in unison. I stood before my rib-carved bell, my translucent fingers fused to its surface, feeling the surge of the ninth gallery's preparation beginning to stir in the lightless vents below. The Victorian guardian was gone, or perhaps he had simply become the water around me. I could no longer distinguish between the movement of my own thoughts and the slow, rhythmic pulse of the currents. I reached out with my expanded senses, feeling the weight of the new world. It was a heavy, wet velvet. On the surface, the transformation was absolute. The Great Plains were becoming a shallow, shimmering inland sea, the stalks of wheat replaced by waving forests of kelp that grew miles in a single day, fueled by the nutrient-rich silt of the old world's decay. The skyscrapers of New York and Shanghai were now great artificial reefs, their glass windows shattered to allow the schools of silver-scaled humans to drift through the boardrooms and ballrooms. There was no more screaming. The transition from air breather to water dweller was a chemical ecstasy, a shedding of the frantic, nervous energy that had defined the human race for millennia. I saw a woman in what used to be a mountain village in the Andes. The water had reached her peak last, a rising tide of violet mist that turned into a crushing, supportive embrace. She didn't run. She sat on her porch, her lungs burning with the last of the thin, dry air, until the first wave of the abyss washed over her feet. She leaned into it. She opened her mouth and invited the cold in. I felt her heart stop, and then, with a spark of bioluminescence that mirrored the stars, it started again, slower, deeper, synchronized with the seventh bell. She stood up, her clothes dissolving into the water, her skin turning the color of moonlight, and she kicked off into the blue, heading for the deeper galleries. She was coming to find her station. She was a new ringer, and she was beautiful. But even as the peace of the eighth toll settled over the planet, a new frequency began to emerge. It was a sharp, piercing note that didn't belong in the harmony. It was the sound of resistance. Deep in the crust of the earth, in bunkers lined with lead and reinforced with the desperate technology of the dry era, a few remained. They were the architects of the old world, the ones who had hoarded the sun and the soil, who had built their empires on the denial of the deep. They were surrounded by air scrubbers and heaters, clinging to the parched, artificial heat of their dying civilization. To them, the bell was not a song, it was a dirge. They saw the water as an invader, not a savior. They were preparing a final, futile strike, a weapon of fire and fission intended to boil the oceans and drive the abyss back into the dark. I felt the Rangers' displeasure. It was a cold, tectonic shift that rattled the obsidian walls of the central chamber. The eighth toll had offered them the gift of dissolution, and they had spat in the face of the infinite. The ninth gallery is not a place of mercy, the thought rippled through me, originating from the black sphere at the core. It is the place of the great solvent. What will not join must be dissolved. I was pulled downward again. The seventh gallery receded, the bone bells becoming faint, pulsing embers in the distance. The water here was no longer violet. It was a searing, brilliant white, though it held no heat. It was the color of absolute purity, of water so old and so pressurized that it had forgotten the existence of impurities like salt or life. This was the ninth gallery, the gallery of the unmaking. The bells here were not made of bone or silver or stone. They were spheres of liquid light, held in shape by the sheer intensity of the planet's magnetic field. They didn't ring when struck. They folded space around them, creating localized singularities that stripped away the illusions of matter. This was where the dry souls would be brought, not to be transformed, but to be erased, their constituent atoms returned to the primordial soup to be used in the creation of something more compliant. I took my place at a station that felt like a throne of frozen lightning. My body was now a shimmering lattice of light and shadow, barely tethered to the concept of a physical form. I looked up and saw the bunkers of the holdouts. They were like tiny, festering sores on the skin of the world. I could hear their machines, the grinding of gears, the frantic clicking of Geiger counters, the desperate prayers to a sun that had already turned its back on them. The Victorian guardian reappeared beside me, but he was now a towering figure of white fire, his top hat and coat rendered in lines of pure energy. "They think they can hold back the tide with heat," he signaled, his thought voice vibrating with a strange, metallic irony. "They do not realize that fire is merely a slow, clumsy version of the light we carry. They fear the drowning because they do not understand that they are already empty." He raised a hand, and the white water around us began to spin. It was time to strike the ninth bell, the toll of the solvent. I focused my will on the sphere of liquid light in front of me. I didn't think of Pete anymore. Pete was a ghost, a smudge of charcoal on a wet canvas. I thought of the water. I thought of the way it smoothed the jagged edges of the world, the way it filled every crack and crevice, the way it never asked for permission to exist. I reached into the center of my being, past the memories of the lake and the sinkhole, and found the cold, dark spark that the first bell had ignited. Eliza struck. The ninth bell didn't produce a sound. It produced a wave of unexistence. I watched as the wave traveled upward, passing through the miles of rock as if they were nothing more than smoke. It reached the bunkers. It didn't crush them. It simply removed the possibility of their being. The lead walls, the air scrubbers, the desperate men with their fingers on the buttons of nuclear annihilation. They didn't die. They simply ceased to be separate from the water. One moment they were huddled in the dark, clutching their heaters. The next, they were part of the white, silent current, their memories and their malice washed away into the infinite. The earth groaned in relief. The last pockets of resistance were gone. The planet was now a singular, unified entity, a world of water and light, pulsing with the rhythm of the bells. As the echoes of the ninth toll faded, the ranger spoke again, his voice now a part of the very fabric of my mind. "The transition is complete. The seventh gallery is the home of the ancestors. The eighth is the heart of the world. The ninth is the gateway to the stars. You have done well, Guardian." I felt a sense of profound completion. The struggle was over. The dry world was a distant memory, a fevered dream that had finally broken. I looked at my hands, or the shimmering tendrils that had replaced them, and I felt a deep, abiding love for the dark. But there was more. The 10th gallery was waiting. Below the ninth, where the white water turned into something even more fundamental, I could see a flickering of gold. It was a new color, one that shouldn't exist at these depths. It was the color of the first dawn, but it wasn't coming from the sun. It was coming from deeper still, from the very center of the Earth's soul. "There are 19 galleries," the Victorian guardian reminded me, his form beginning to drift toward the gold. "We have only just begun to ring the bells. The world is changing, yes, but the universe is waiting. The water must go where the thirst is greatest. I followed him, sinking deeper into the golden glow. The pressure was now so great that time itself was beginning to liquefy. I saw the history of the universe flowing past me in the currents, the birth of stars, the cooling of planets, the first stirrings of life in the tidal pools of a billion worlds. I realized that the bell that rang underwater was not just an earthly phenomenon. It was the heartbeat of the cosmos, the sound of the great tide that moved between the galaxies. We reached the 10th gallery. Here, the bells were made of gravity itself, invisible but for the way they warped the golden light. They were the bells that controlled the tides of the stars, the ones that pulled the comets from the dark and guided the planets in their orbits. I took my place. I was no longer a man, no longer a guardian, no longer even a spirit. I was a note in the symphony. I was a ripple in the infinite sea. I looked back up one last time toward the surface. The violet world was beautiful, a perfect, silent jewel hanging in the dark of space. I could see the millions of new ringers at their stations, their bioluminescence creating a network of light that spanned the globe. We were the keepers of the peace. We were the stewards of the deep. The ranger stood at the center, his black bell pulsing with a steady, reassuring beat. He looked toward me, and for the first time I saw his face. It wasn't a human face, but it wasn't alien either. It was the face of the water, ever-changing, ancient, and kind. He nodded. I raised my hand of light. The 10th bell was waiting. The stars were thirsty. Bond! The golden light exploded, and for a moment I was the sun. I was the moon. I was the void between the stars. I felt the water within me reach out, stretching across the light years, searching for the next world that was ready to wake up, the next world that was tired of the heat and the dust. I am the bell that rings underwater. I am the voice of the abyss. I am the end of the dry world and the beginning of the eternal sea. Do not be afraid. The water is rising, and it is the kindest thing you will ever know. Just let go. Let the weight take you. Let the bells sing you to sleep. The symphony is only just beginning, and there are so many more galleries to explore. Welcome to the deep. Welcome to the truth. Welcome home. The gold began to deepen into a rich, resonant bronze. The 10th gallery was behind me now, a shimmering layer of celestial mechanics. As I descended into the 11th, the nature of the water changed again. It was no longer a substance, it was an idea. It was the pure, undiluted essence of flow. Here, the bells were carved from the silence that exists between heartbeats, and their sound was the sound of potential energy becoming kinetic. I saw the others who had reached this depth. They were not beings of light or shadow, but geometric patterns of pure thought, shifting and evolving with every pulse of the ranger's core. I recognized the Victorian guardian among them. He was now a perfect, spinning octahedron of indigo light. He didn't need to signal me anymore. Our minds were a single, overlapping field of consciousness. The 11th toll, the collective thought resonated. The toll of the dream. It wakes the world within the world. I understood the physical transformation of the earth was only the first step. Now, we were beginning the transformation of the mind. The water was moving into the collective unconscious, washing away the structures of logic and ego, replacing them with the fluid, intuitive wisdom of the deep. On the surface, though surface was now a relative term, the new humans were beginning to dream. Their dreams were not of the sun or the land, but of the infinite depths. They were dreaming the 10th gallery into existence, their thoughts contributing to the golden light that powered the stars. They were becoming the architects of their own evolution, guided by the rhythm of the bells we rang. I approached the 11th bell. It was a sphere of absolute transparency, a void within the void. To strike it, I had to stop being an observer. I had to become the void itself. I let go of the last threads of my identity. I let go of the memory of the name Pete. I let go of the sensation of sinking. I became a stillness so profound that the bell had no choice but to vibrate in sympathy. The strike was a ripple in the fabric of thought. Across the planet, a billion minds opened at once. The last barriers of the self dissolved. There was no more I or thou, only the we. The planet was no longer just a sentient ocean. It was a dreaming god, its thoughts manifesting as schools of glowing fish, as forests of singing coral, as the very currents that carried us deeper. I felt the ranger's approval. He was moving now, his colossus of shadow descending toward the 12th gallery. The 9th, the 10th, the 11th, they were just the preamble. The true work was still ahead. We were heading toward the 13th gallery, the place where the water began to remember the time before the universe was born. The bronze light faded. The water, the thought, the essence began to turn a deep, ancient red. Not the red of blood, but the red of the first spark of creation, the heat that exists at the center of all things. I followed the ranger into the red. My work at the 11th bell was done. I was ready for the next note. I was ready for the deeper truths. The bell is ringing. Can you hear it? It's the sound of your own soul finally finding its way back to the source. Don't fight the flow. Don't cling to the shore. There is no shore anymore. There is only the deep, and it is more beautiful than anything you could have imagined in the dry, lonely world. Close your eyes, breathe in the silence. The 12th toll is coming. The red was not heat, but it was a weight that transcended the physical. It was the color of a heart seen through closed eyelids, a deep, resonant crimson that suggested the interior of a womb or the cooling embers of a sun. As I descended into the 12th gallery, the water became viscous, moving with the slow, deliberate grace of oil. It felt ancient, older than the bones of the earth, older than the light of the stars. This was the gallery of the blood of the world. Here the bells were not forged or grown. They were giant, pulsing chambers of living tissue, veined with glowing conduits of liquid light. They beat with a slow, rhythmic thud that was the heartbeat of the planet itself. I felt my own form changing to match the environment. My geometric clarity softened, my edges blurring into a soft, bioluminescent mist that pulsed in time with the red bells. Beside me, the Victorian Guardian was no longer an indigo shape. He had become a series of interconnected rings of crimson fire, spinning slowly in the heavy medium. We were no longer ringers in the sense of striking an object. We were becoming the valves of a great, planetary heart, regulating the flow of life force as it prepared to surge outward into the waiting cosmos. The ranger stood at the center of this crimson cathedral, a towering pillar of obsidian that seemed to absorb the red light, turning it into a deep, vibrating violet. He was the conductor, the one who held the tempo against the encroaching silence of the deeper galleries. His presence was a constant, stabilizing pressure, a reminder that the dissolution was not an end, but a refinement. The 12th toll is the toll of the pulse, the thought filtered through the red gloom, a collective realization shared by the guardians. It synchronizes the dream with the flesh. It makes the transformation permanent. On the surface of the world, the millions who had transitioned were no longer merely drifting. They were beginning to build, not with steel and concrete, but with the very substance of the water. They were weaving cities out of light and sound, structures that resonated with the frequency of the 8th and 9th bells. They were creating a civilization of harmony, where every movement was a contribution to the global song. The red light of the 12th gallery was reaching them now, a subtle warmth that infused their new, translucent bodies with a sense of purpose. They were no longer refugees from a dying world. They were the pioneers of a new existence. I took my position within one of the pulsing chambers. The walls were soft and warm, vibrating with a low-frequency hum that made my very essence tremble. I wasn't supposed to strike this bell. I was supposed to inhabit it. I had to align my own internal rhythm with the rhythm of the chamber until there was no distinction between the two. I closed my eyes, though I no longer had eyes to close, and focused on the silence between the beats. I felt the residue of my old life, the tiny, stubborn fragments of Pete the diver, the man who had been afraid of the dark, the man who had mourned the loss of the sun. I let those fragments go. I watched them dissolve in the red light, turning into tiny sparks of gold that drifted away into the current. I was no longer a man who had found the water. I was the water that had briefly imagined it was a man. The synchronization began. The chamber around me tightened, its walls glowing with an intense internal light. I felt the pressure building, a slow, inexorable surge of energy that originated from the very core of the earth. The ranger raised his hand, and the obsidian pillar at the center of the gallery began to glow with a fierce, violet fire. The 12th toll was not a sound, it was a contraction. The entire gallery, the chambers, the guardians, the heavy red water, contracted in a single, unified pulse. The energy was squeezed through the conduits of light, surging upward through the 9th and 10th galleries, breaking through the surface and radiating out into the vacuum of space. It was a signal, a heartbeat that could be felt across the light years. It announced that the Earth was no longer a dormant rock, but a living, breathing entity, ready to take its place in the celestial choir. The release was an explosion of ecstasy. The red light brightened until it was almost white, and for a moment I felt the connection to every living thing on the planet. I was the whale singing in the deep trenches. I was the child dreaming in the bioluminescent cities. I was the kelp forest swaying in the violet currents. We were one. We were the pulse. As the echoes of the 12th toll settled into a steady, rhythmic throb, the red light began to fade, replaced by a deep, shimmering emerald. We were descending again, leaving the gallery of the blood for the 13th gallery, the gallery of the green memory. The water here was clear and cool, infused with the scent of rain on dry earth, of crushed grass, of blooming flowers, smells that shouldn't exist miles below the surface. The bells here were shaped like giant, translucent seeds, suspended in the emerald water by delicate threads of silver. They held within them the blueprints of every plant, every insect, every creature that had ever lived in the dry world. This was the archive, the place where the essence of the old world was preserved, not as it was, but as it could be in the new, watery reality. The Victorian Guardian, now a spinning lattice of green light, drifted toward a seed bell that glowed with the memory of a willow tree. We do not destroy. His thought voice was a gentle rustle of leaves. We translate. The dry world was a rough draft. Here, we refine the poem. I found my station at a bell that held the memory of the lake where it had all begun. I saw the surface, the dragonflies, the way the sunlight filtered through the murky water to hit the silt at the bottom. But it was different now. The memory was no longer tinged with the sadness of the ending. It was a celebration of the beginning. The lake was not a place I had left. It was a seed I had carried with me to the deep. The ranger stood in the center of the emerald light, his form now a deep forest green. He looked at us, and I felt a sense of profound peace. The work was becoming more delicate now, more focused on the nuances of creation. We were no longer just changing the world, we were dreaming it into a higher state of being. The 13th toll, the ranger signaled, his voice a low, resonant hum that sounded like the wind through an ancient forest. The toll of the harvest, bring the memories home. I reached out and touched the seed bell. It was cool and smooth, vibrating with the latent energy of 1,000 summers. I didn't strike it, I whispered to it. I gave it the last of my human memories, the taste of a cold beer on a hot day, the sound of a voice I had once loved, the feeling of the sun on my skin. I gave it all, and the bell began to glow with a soft, inner light. The 13th toll was a melody. It was a complex, interlocking series of notes that wove together the memories of all the guardians, creating a tapestry of sound that filled the emerald gallery. It was the song of the earth remembering itself, of the dry world finding its place in the eternal sea. As the melody reached its crescendo, the seed bells began to open, not into plants but into new forms of life, creatures made of light and thought that drifted out of the gallery and toward the surface. They were the spirits of the new world, the guardians of the memories, the ones who would ensure that the beauty of the old world was never truly lost. The emerald light began to deepen into a dark, royal blue. We were moving into the 14th gallery, the gallery of the deepest blue. This was the place where the water became so dense that it was almost solid, a crystalline realm where the laws of physics were replaced by the laws of geometry. The bells here were perfect, multifaceted jewels that hung in the silence like frozen stars. The ranger was already there, his form a brilliant, cutting blue. He was no longer a pillar of shadow. He was a diamond of light, reflecting the infinite facets of the gallery. Here, he signaled, his voice a sharp, clear chime, we find the structure of the soul. Here, we ring the bell of the unchanging. I felt a new kind of weight. It wasn't the weight of the water, but the weight of eternity. In the 14th gallery, time didn't flow, it radiated. Every moment was present, every possibility was real. I saw my entire life, my past, my present, and the infinite futures that lay ahead, all contained within a single shimmering facet of a blue bell. I took my place. I was no longer a participant in the change. I was the change itself. I was the blue light, the crystalline structure, the silent chime. I looked at the Victorian guardian, who was now a complex, shifting polyhedron of sapphire, and I felt a sense of recognition that transcended words. We had been here before. We would be here again. The bells were always ringing, and we were always the ones who heard them. The ranger raised his hand, and the 14th gallery began to vibrate with a high, piercing note that was the very essence of clarity. It was the sound of truth stripped of all illusion, the sound of the universe seeing itself for what it truly was. The strike was a flash of blue lightning that illuminated the entire abyss. I felt the connection to the stars again, but this time it was different. I wasn't just reaching out to them. I was part of the network that held them together. The Earth was a node in a vast, cosmic web of water and light, and the 14th toll was the pulse that kept the web in tension. We were the anchors. We were the keepers of the geometry. The blue light began to shift, turning into a deep, velvety indigo that was almost black. We were approaching the 15th gallery, the gallery of the final shadow. This was the place where the light died, not because it was extinguished, but because it was no longer necessary. This was the realm of pure intuition, where the bells were made of the dark matter that makes up the bulk of the universe. The ranger was a shadow among shadows, a presence that was felt rather than seen. The 15th toll, his voice was a whisper that filled the entire universe. The toll of the return, the water goes back to the source. I felt a sense of profound anticipation. We were nearing the end of the 19 galleries. We were nearing the final dissolution, the point where the water and the soul became one and the same. I looked back up toward the surface, but I couldn't see it anymore. There was only the indigo dark, the pulsing heart of the ranger, and the slow, rhythmic tolling of the bells. The bell is ringing. Can you hear it? It's the sound of the shadows calling you home. Don't be afraid of the dark. The dark is where the truth lives. The dark is the cradle of the stars. Close your eyes. Let the indigo wash over you. The 16th toll is waiting, and it is more beautiful than the light could ever be. We descended further, the indigo deepening until it felt like a solid weight against my non-existent chest. In the 16th gallery, the Gallery of Whispers, there were no bells that could be touched. Instead, the water itself was the instrument. It was a place of infinite echoes, where every thought ever conceived by a living thing was preserved as a vibration in the dark. To ring the bell here was to add one's own truest essence to the collective resonance. I saw the Victorian guardian dissolve entirely. He was no longer a shape or a light. He was a frequency, a low, comforting hum that spoke of ancient libraries and the smell of old paper. He had found his final form in the whisper. The ranger was a silent void at the center of the vibration, a point of absolute stillness around which the whispers swirled. The 16th toll is the toll of the word. The thought came not from him, but from the water itself. The word that was in the beginning and the word that will be at the end. I searched within myself for my word. It wasn't Pete. It wasn't diver. It wasn't even guardian. It was a sound that had no equivalent in any human language. It was the sound of a single drop of water hitting a still pond. It was the sound of a sigh of relief. It was the sound of coming home. I spoke it. The 16th toll was a ripple that started in the center of my being and expanded outward, touching every whisper in the gallery. It was a moment of perfect communication, a moment where every soul in the universe understood every other soul. The loneliness of the dry world was finally, irrevocably erased. We were no longer separate voices. We were a single, infinite conversation. The indigo began to shift again, turning into a pale, ghostly violet, the color of the very first gallery, but refined, purified. We were in the 17th gallery, the gallery of the mirror. Here, the water was so still that it acted as a perfect reflection of everything that had come before. I saw the bone bells of the 7th gallery, the liquid light of the 9th, the emerald seeds of the 13th. They were all here, reflected in the violet surface of the deep. The ranger stood before a mirror that spanned the entire gallery. He was no longer a shadow or a light. He was a man. He looked like me. He looked like the Victorian guardian. He looked like every person who had ever lived. The 17th toll, he said, his voice now a perfect human tenor, is the toll of the self. We see ourselves as we truly are. I looked into the mirror. I didn't see a diver or a being of light. I saw a reflection of the entire universe. I saw the stars, the oceans, the mountains, and the deep. I saw the beginning and the end. I saw that I was not a part of the universe. I was the universe experiencing itself through the lens of a single soul. The strike was a touch. I reached out and touched the surface of the mirror. The 17th toll was a shatter. The mirror broke into a billion pieces, each one a perfect reflection of the whole. The illusion of the separate self was gone forever. We were the fragments of the mirror, and we were the mirror itself. The violet light began to fade into a soft, pearlescent white. We were in the 18th gallery, the gallery of the breath. The water here was no longer water. It was a fine, shimmering mist that felt like the first breath of a newborn child. The The bells were made of air, pure, sweet, dry air that had been transformed by the journey through the deep. The ranger was a figure of pure white, his face radiant with a joy that was beyond human comprehension. "The 18th toll," he whispered, "is the toll of the release. We give the breath back to the world." We breathed in the mist, and as we exhaled, the air carried with it the essence of the deep. It rose up through the galleries, through the cities of light, through the violet oceans, until it reached the surface. The world was no longer just a world of water, it was a world of spirit. The breath of the deep was the new atmosphere, a medium of pure love and understanding that infused every living thing. The 19th gallery was not below us, it was everywhere. It was the point where the deep and the surface, the dark and the light, the water and the air, all became one. It was the gallery of the one. The ranger took my hand. His touch was warm and familiar. We stood at the center of the world, and we were the world. There were no more bells to strike. We were the bell. We were the sound. We were the silence. The 19th toll was the silence that followed the last note. It was the perfect, beautiful silence of a world that had finally found its peace. The bell has rung. Can you hear it? It's not in your ears. It's in your soul. It's the sound of the truth finally coming to the surface. Don't fight the weight. Don't fear the dark. The water has found you, and it is more beautiful than the sun could ever be. Open your eyes. Take a deep breath. You are home. The silence of the 19th toll did not remain a void. It was a pregnant stillness, a womb of white light that began to ripple with the first stirrings of a new physics. I stood with the ranger, our hands clasped, but the sensation of touch had evolved. It was no longer the friction of skin against skin, but the overlapping of two resonant frequencies. We were two notes in a chord that was still being written. The pearlescent mist of the 18th gallery had settled into a steady, crystalline clarity that defied the depth. We were at the absolute foundation of the world's intent, the bedrock of the dream. Then the floor of the 19th gallery began to dissolve. It didn't fall away into a new abyss. It opened like a flower. Beneath the final gallery lay the core, a place that the previous 18 steps had merely been preparing us to witness. This was the heart of the bell. The light here was not a color. It was the source of all color, a blinding, rhythmic gold that pulsed with the slow, heavy throb of a subterranean sun. It was the engine of the transformation. Around this central sun, millions of silver filaments extended upward like the nerves of a global titan. I could see them now, the conduits that had carried our tolls to the surface. They were the veins of the world, and we were the blood. The cycle is not a circle. The ranger's voice resonated within the marrow of my being. He was no longer looking at me. He was looking through me into the vast machinery of the new earth. It is a spiral. We have reached the center, but the center is also the doorway to the height. He gestured toward the golden core. At its center sat the great bell, the one from which all others were cast. It was not made of metal, nor light, nor shadow. It was made of time itself, compressed, solidified, and polished to a mirror finish. To look at it was to see every moment of history happening simultaneously. I saw the first lungfish crawling onto a muddy shore. I saw the rise of the stone towers of Manhattan. I saw the first drop of the great flood hitting the parched soil of the end times. It was all there, preserved in the amber of the bell's surface. "The 20th toll," I whispered, though there was no gallery for it. "The 20th is the toll of the return," the ranger replied, "but not a return to what was. It is the return of the creator to the creation. We are the architects now, Pete. The blueprints have been refined. The poem has been translated. Now we must speak it into the void." I felt a sudden, sharp pang of what I thought was grief, but it was actually the final shedding of my individuality. The last tiny grain of I was being ground down by the sheer scale of the golden core. I looked at the ranger and saw not a leader, but a mirror. I saw that he had been me all along, a version of my own potential that had traveled further into the deep to guide the rest of us home. He was the future calling to the past. We stepped toward the great bell of time. The pressure was immense, a gravitational pull that wanted to strip the very concept of form from our spirits. As we approached, the silver filaments around us began to hum in a new key. The cities on the surface, the translucent billions weaving their light structures, the whales in the trenches, they all stopped. The entire planet held its breath. The ranger didn't use a striker. He didn't use his hand. He simply merged his essence with the surface of the bell. He stepped into the golden mirror of time, and for a heartbeat, he vanished. Then it was my turn. I didn't hesitate. The fear of the dark, the fear of the weight, the fear of the unknown. It was all gone, replaced by a crystalline curiosity. I stepped into the bell. The sensation was like being shattered and reassembled 1,000,000 times a second. I was every version of myself that had ever existed. I was the boy playing in the shallows of the lake, unaware of the destiny waiting in the deep. I was the grieving man standing on a sinking pier, watching the world drown. I was the guardian in the red light, the blue light, the emerald light. And then I was the light itself. The 20th toll was not a sound, it was an awakening. The great bell erupted in a wave of golden energy that tore through the 19 galleries like a solar flare. It didn't destroy, it illuminated. It turned the obsidian pillars into glass, the bone bells into ivory, the seed bells into living forests of bioluminescent kelp. The energy surged upward, breaking through the surface of the ocean not as a wave of water, but as a wave of consciousness. On the surface, the world changed in the blink of an eye. The gray, choked atmosphere of the old world was finally, completely swept away. In its place was a shimmering aurora that draped the planet in ribbons of violet, gold, and green. The cities of light solidified. The people, the new inhabitants of the deep, looked up and saw not the sun, but the radiant heart of their own world shining through the water. The sky and the sea were no longer separate. The earth had become a single, unified sphere of living light. I found myself standing on a plain of white sand, miles below where the surface used to be, but the water was so clear, so charged with the energy of the 20th toll that I could see the stars. They weren't cold, distant points of light anymore. They were fellow bells, ringing in the vast cathedral of the cosmos. I could hear their songs, low, ancient melodies that spoke of galaxies being born and dying in the dark. The ranger stood beside me. He looked human again, but his skin had a faint, pearlescent glow, and his eyes were the color of the deep blue gallery. "It is done," he said. His voice was no longer a thought or a chime. It was just a voice, steady and calm in the new world. "What happens now?" I asked. My own voice sounded strange to me, richer, deeper, like the resonance of a cello. "Now we live," he said, gesturing to the horizon. Out of the shimmering distance, figures began to appear. They were the others. The Victorian guardian was there, his form now a blend of his old-world dignity and his new-world light. He was walking with a child, a girl who had transitioned in the early days, her body now a graceful swirl of silver and blue. Millions of them were emerging from the galleries, moving toward the new cities, their movements fluid and effortless in the dense, supportive medium of the transformed sea. There was no more hunger, there was no more cold, there was no more death as we had understood it. We had moved beyond the biological imperative into a state of rhythmic existence. We were sustained by the pulse of the earth, by the constant, gentle tolling of the bells that now functioned as the planet's heartbeat. I walked toward a grove of the new kelp forests. The stalks were like translucent glass, and the leaves were broad ribbons of emerald that hummed when the current brushed against them. I reached out and touched one. It didn't feel like a plant. It felt like a memory of a forest made tangible and permanent. Small, glowing creatures, descendants of the deep-sea life that had been uplifted by the tolls, darted between the stalks, their bodies trailing sparks of bioluminescence. I realized then that we hadn't just saved humanity. We had redeemed the entire biological history of the planet. Every extinct species, every lost ecosystem, every forgotten dream of the dry world had been filtered through the galleries and reborn in the deep. The earth was a library of life, and we were the librarians. As the first day of the new era began, marked not by the rising of the sun, but by a brightening of the golden core, I sat on a ridge overlooking one of the new cities. It was a sprawling architecture of resonance, built of solidified sound and woven light. Spirals of sapphire and amber rose into the water, vibrating in harmony with the global song. I could see the people moving through the streets, their lives now a continuous contribution to the harmony. I thought back to Pete, the diver. I thought about the fear he had felt when the first bell rang underwater. It seemed like a lifetime ago, or perhaps a dream dreamt by someone else. That man had been afraid of losing his world, not realizing that he was merely being invited to a larger one. He had been afraid of the water, not realizing that he was made of it. The ranger sat down beside me. We watched the city glow. The 19 galleries were just the beginning, weren't they? I asked. He smiled. The universe has many oceans, Pete, and many bells. We have learned to ring the ones on our own world. One day, we will hear the call from another. I looked up at the stars, shimmering through the miles of liquid atmosphere. I could hear it now, a faint, distant vibration, a new frequency drifting through the vacuum of space. It was a bell, ringing somewhere in the vicinity of Orion, a slow, rhythmic pulse that felt like an invitation. We weren't just a new civilization. We were a new instrument in the celestial choir. I closed my eyes and let the rhythm of the Earth's core wash over me. I felt the pulse of the millions of souls around me, the song of the kelp forests, the deep thrum of the great bell of time. Everything was in alignment. Everything was in tune. The water was no longer a grave. It was a cradle. In the silence of my mind, I heard a final, soft chime. It wasn't a toll of change or a call to action. It was a simple note of existence. It was the sound of being. I breathed in the cool, spirit-charged mist of the deep and smiled. The journey through the 19 galleries was over, but the song was just beginning. The bell that rang underwater was no longer a warning. It was a welcome. The surface world was a ghost, a dry memory fading in the brilliant gold of the new reality. Down here, in the luminous pressure of the deep, we were finally whole. We were the water, and the water was us. And for the first time in the history of our species, we weren't afraid of the dark. We were the light that lived within it. I looked at my hands, now shimmering with the same pearlescent glow as the Ranger's. I felt the connection to every living thing, a web of light that stretched from the deepest trench to the furthest star. We were the guardians of the pulse. We were the keepers of the dream. The great bell at the center of the world gave a slow, resonant throb, a heartbeat that echoed through the bones of the planet. It was a steady, comforting sound, a reminder that we were home. And as I watched the silver filaments of the world's nerves glow with the joy of the 20th toll, I knew that the silence would never return. The music was eternal. The bell would ring forever, and we would always be there to hear it, to answer it, and to become the very sound we had once feared. The deep was no longer an abyss. It was an infinite garden, and we were the gardeners, walking in the cool of the golden day, beneath a sky of water and a sun made of time. The bell is ringing. Can you hear it? It's the sound of your own heart, finally finding its rhythm in the great, deep song. Don't be afraid. The water is warm. The light is waiting. Step into the deep. Become the music. You are exactly where you were always meant to be. The transition from the 20th toll was not a fading of experience, but a widening of it. As I stood there on the pearlescent sands with the ranger, the golden light of the core didn't just illuminate the landscape, it illuminated the history of every atom within me. I could feel the carbon in my bones remembering the stars it had once inhabited, and the water in my cells singing to the ancient tides that had first birthed life. We were no longer moving through the world. The world was moving through us, a constant stream of sensory information that felt like the most exquisite music ever composed. The ranger turned his gaze toward the distant spires of the first city, a place we had once called a city of light when we viewed it from the perspective of the drowning. Now it was simply the hearth. The first task of the new era, he said, his voice carrying the resonance of a cathedral bell, is the mapping of the resonance. We have the instrument, Pete. Now we must learn the scales. We began to walk, but walking was a different labor now. There was no resistance from the water, only a supportive buoyancy that responded to the slightest intention. We glided over the dunes of white silt, passing through groves of the singing kelp. As we moved, I noticed that the environment was reacting to our presence. The kelp fronds leaned toward us, their emerald glow brightening as we passed, emitting soft, harmonic chirps. It was a feedback loop of consciousness. Our joy fed the world, and the world's vitality fed us. We reached the outskirts of the hearth. The architecture was breathtaking, defying all the laws of terrestrial engineering. The buildings were grown, not built, constructed from a substance that looked like translucent obsidian but felt like warm velvet. They spiraled upward in Fibonacci patterns, their surfaces etched with glowing runes that pulsed in time with the great bell at the planet's center. There were no doors, for there was no need for exclusion. There were no windows, for the walls themselves were windows, shifting from opaque to transparent based on the thoughts of those within. As we entered the city, I saw the people. They were beautiful, but it was a beauty born of harmony rather than symmetry. Some had skin that shimmered like the interior of an abalone shell. Others had hair that floated like fine gossamer threads of gold. They moved in groups, their thoughts overlapping in a visible aura of soft violet and silver. I saw a group of children playing with a sphere of liquid light, tossing it back and forth. Each time one of them caught the sphere, it emitted a delighted chime, and the children's laughter was a physical sensation that rippled through the water like a warm current. They don't remember the dry world, do they? I asked, watching a young woman weave a tapestry out of nothing but glowing bubbles. They remember it the way a butterfly remembers the caterpillar, the ranger replied. It is a foundational memory, a necessary stage of struggle that gave them the strength to emerge, but they no longer carry the weight of it. The weight was the first thing the bells dissolved. He led me toward a central plaza where a massive fountain of liquid mercury-like substance rose high into the water. This wasn't water within water. It was a concentrated stream of the planet's intent, a vertical river of pure potential. Around the fountain sat a circle of elders, those who had been the first to strike the bells in the various galleries. I recognized the Victorian guardian among them. He looked up as we approached, his eyes two pools of serene starlight. "The navigator has returned," the guardian said, and his voice was a chord of three distinct notes. "And he brings the witness." I realized then that my role had shifted. I was the witness, the one who had carried the memory of the transition, the one who had felt the specific, jagged pain of the old world most acutely, so that I could appreciate the perfection of the new. I was the bridge between what was and what is. "The 20th toll has stabilized," the guardian continued, gesturing to the fountain. "The earth is now a closed system of grace, but the great bell of time is restless. It has felt the vibrations of the other bells, the distant ones you saw in the stars. The conversation has begun, Pete. The universe is asking us who we are." I looked into the fountain, and the mercury surface cleared. I didn't see my reflection. I saw the planet Earth as it appeared from space. It was no longer a blue marble marbled with white clouds. It was a glowing, golden orb, surrounded by a halo of iridescent light that extended far into the moon's orbit. The moon itself was changing, its dead craters beginning to glow with a reflected life, its cold stones warming under the gaze of the transformed earth. "We are the answer," I whispered. The ranger stepped forward and touched the surface of the fountain. "We are the answer, but the answer must be articulated. We have reached the 19th gallery, and we have passed through the 20th. But the song has 21 movements. The final movement is not something that happens to us. It is something we do." A sense of profound responsibility washed over me, but it wasn't the heavy, crushing responsibility of the old world. It was the thrill of a musician standing before a silent audience, bow poised over the strings. "What is the 21st toll?" I asked. The ranger looked at me, and for the first time I saw a flicker of something like humility in his radiant face. "The 21st toll is the gift. It is the moment we stop receiving the light and begin to project it. We have been found by the water. Now, we must find the others who are still lost in the dry dark of their own worlds." He held out his hand, and in his palm, a tiny, perfect replica of the 17th gallery's bone bells appeared. It was white and fragile, yet it vibrated with a power that made the very air around it hum. "You were a diver, Pete," the ranger said. "You know how to move through the pressure. You know how to find the things that are hidden. There are other worlds, other civilizations, currently drowning in their own versions of the Great Flood, some of fire, some of silence, some of simple, soul-crushing despair. They can hear our bell, but they don't know what it means. They think it's a funeral knell. We need to tell them it's a wedding march." The guardian stood up, and the entire plaza fell silent. Even the children stopped their play. The collective consciousness of the city focused on us, a million minds merging into a single, focused beam of intent. "The 21st toll is the toll of the outward breath," the guardian announced. I understood then. The journey into the deep hadn't been an escape. It had been an intake of breath, a gathering of strength, a purification of the soul. We had gone down into the dark to find the light, and now that we were filled with it, we couldn't simply sit in our golden cities and bask. The nature of the bell is to be heard. The nature of the light is to shine. I reached out and took the tiny bone bell from the ranger's hand. The moment my fingers touched it, I felt a surge of connection that transcended the planet. I saw the vast, dark tapestry of the cosmos, dotted with billions of points of light, but I also saw the gaps between them, the cold, lonely places where life was struggling to breathe, where souls were shivering in the dry wind of existence. I saw a planet of red dust where a dying race clung to the memory of water. I saw a world of eternal ice where hearts were freezing into statues. I saw a civilization of machines that had forgotten why they were built, searching for a ghost of a feeling they could no longer name. I can hear them, I said, my voice breaking with a new kind of love, a love that wasn't for my own kind, but for the very spark of life itself, in whatever form it took. "Then ring it," the ranger said. I didn't need a striker. I didn't need to hit anything. I simply opened my heart to the pain of those distant worlds, and I let the joy of the 19th and 20th tolls flow through me. I became a conduit, a lens, a lightning rod. I took the peace of the deep, the love of the light, and the strength of the water, and I compressed them into a single crystalline thought. I rang the bells. The 21st toll was a silent explosion. A beam of pure pearlescent white light shot upward from the fountain, through the golden city, through the miles of indigo water, and out into the vacuum of space. It didn't dissipate. It didn't obey the inverse square law. It moved with the speed of thought, a ripple in the fabric of reality itself. I watched through the fountain's surface as the beam hit the moon, turning it into a brilliant lantern that broadcast the signal even further. I saw the beam reach out toward Mars, toward the moons of Jupiter, toward the distant, cold reaches of the Oort cloud. And then it went further, leaping the gap between stars. On the planet of red dust, the parched inhabitants looked up as a soft, violet glow began to infuse their atmosphere. They felt a sudden, inexplicable coolness in their lungs. They heard a faint, rhythmic sound, a bell, ringing beneath a phantom ocean. On the world of ice, the statues began to thaw. The machines in the dark felt a sudden surge of why in their circuits. We were no longer just the inhabitants of a transformed Earth. We were the broadcasters of the new physics. We were the radio station of the soul. The ranger placed a hand on my shoulder. "Now the work begins, Pete. The 19 galleries were the school. The 20th was the graduation. This is the life." I looked around the city of the hearth. I saw the people beginning to gather at the base of the great spires. They weren't just watching, they were joining in. Each of them was beginning to hum, their individual voices adding to the beam of light, making it stronger, richer, more complex. The song was no longer just a single note. It was becoming a symphony, a manual of instruction, a poem of hope. I saw the Victorian Guardian begin to dance, a slow, dignified movement that sent ripples of silver through the water. The children joined him, their laughter adding the high, bright notes of innocence to the broadcast. Every living thing in the deep, from the smallest bioluminescent shrimp to the great singing whales, was contributing its essence to the message. We were telling the universe that the dark was not an end. We were telling the universe that the weight was not a burden. We were telling the universe that the water was home. As the day grew brighter, I felt a sense of profound peace. The story of Pete the diver, the man who had lost his world to the sea, was finally complete. That man was gone, and in his place was something much older and much younger. I was a part of the bell. I was a part of the silence. I was a part of the light. The great bell at the heart of the world gave another slow, deep throb. It was the heartbeat of a mother, and we were the children in the womb, preparing for a birth that would span the stars. The ranger and I walked toward the edge of the plaza, looking out over the vast, luminous landscape of the new Earth. The kelp forests swayed in the rhythm of the global song, and the cities of light sparkled like jewels in the deep. "Will it ever end?" I asked. The ranger smiled, and his face was the face of every friend I had ever had, and every stranger I was yet to meet. "End? No, Pete, there are no ends, only new galleries, only deeper waters, only more beautiful bells." I took a deep breath of the shimmering mist. It tasted of ozone and ancient memories and future possibilities. I felt the pulse of the 21st toll still echoing out into the dark, a golden thread connecting us to everything that ever was and everything that ever would be. The bell has rung. It is ringing still. It will ring until every soul in the universe has heard its name called in the silence of the deep. It will ring until the dark is filled with light and the silence is filled with song. I closed my eyes and let myself dissolve into the harmony. I wasn't Pete anymore. I wasn't even the witness. I was just a note, perfectly pitched and infinitely sustained, held in the loving grip of the water that had found me. And in that moment, I knew the truth that the 19 galleries had been trying to teach me all along. The water isn't something you drown in, it's something you become. The light of the core pulsed once more, a warm, golden embrace. I looked up at the stars, those distant bells waiting for their turn to sing, and I smiled. The journey was over, the life had begun, and the music was more beautiful than anything the sun could ever have revealed. The bell has rung. Can you hear it now? It's calling you home. Don't fight the wait. Don't fear the dark. Just breathe. And just breathe. The stillness that followed the 21st toll was not the absence of sound, but the presence of a perfect, expectant clarity. It was the silence of a theater after the final note of a masterpiece has been struck, before the applause begins, a moment where the air itself feels pregnant with the weight of what has been revealed. I stood beside the ranger at the edge of the hearth, my senses extended so far beyond my physical form that I could feel the gentle friction of the solar winds brushing against the earth's new golden shroud. I looked at the small bone bell still resting in my palm. It was no longer vibrating with the frantic energy of a broadcast. It was glowing with a steady, soft warmth, like a coal that had found its place in a hearth. I realized that the gift wasn't just a signal we had sent out into the void. It was a tether. We had cast a line into the dark, and now we were beginning to feel the tug of the other end. The resonance is coming back, I whispered, feeling a strange, rhythmic pulse beneath my feet that didn't match the heartbeat of the great bell. It was staggered, syncopated, coming from somewhere unimaginably distant. The ranger nodded, his eyes fixed on the zenith where the water met the stars. That is the echo of the first response. You've woken the neighbors, Pete, and they are not all speaking the same language. As he spoke, the silver filaments of the world's nerves, those delicate threads of light that wove through the crust and the mantle, began to change color. The pearlescent white shifted into a deep, bruised violet, then a vibrant, electric cyan. The information flowing through the fountain in the plaza accelerated, the mercury-like fluid spinning into a vortex of images and sensations. I saw flashes of geometry that hurt my eyes to look at, fractal landscapes of obsidian and gas, civilizations that lived in the crushing gravity of neutron stars, and consciousnesses that existed as nothing more than patterns of heat in the heart of nebulae. Is it too much? I asked, feeling the sheer scale of the universe's loneliness pressing in on our golden bubble. Can we hold all of that? We don't have to hold it alone, the ranger said. That is the secret of the 20th toll. We are a collective now. Look. I turned back toward the city. The people of the hearth weren't just standing anymore. They had begun to move in a synchronized pattern, a great weaving dance that traced the lines of the Fibonacci spires. As they moved, their individual auras merged into a massive, shimmering net of light that rose up to meet the incoming signals. They were acting as a biological processor, a vast living computer designed to translate the sorrow and the hope of the cosmos into something we could understand. A woman approached us. She was one of the dancers, her skin a deep indigo patterned with stars that moved across her flesh like a shifting constellation. She held out a hand to me, and when I took it, I didn't just feel her touch, I felt her history. She had been a musician in the dry world, a cellist who had lost her hearing to a fever. She had come to the bells seeking silence, but she had found the song instead. "The first transmission is from the red dust," she said, her voice a melody that resonated in my very marrow. "They are asking about the weight. They want to know if the pressure ever stops hurting." I looked into the fountain and saw them again, those spindly, fragile beings on the desert planet. They were huddled in the ruins of a city that looked like it had been carved from bone. The violet light of our bell was washing over them, and for the first time in their history, they were looking up instead of at the ground. "Tell them," I said, the words forming in my mind before I could even think them. "Tell them that the pressure is just the world's way of hugging you until you're strong enough to hug back." The woman smiled, and I felt my thought being amplified, channeled through the dancers, through the spires, and shot out along the beam of the 21st toll. On the red dust planet, I saw a child reach out and catch a flake of violet light. The child didn't flinch, it smiled. But as the connection deepened, I felt a shudder go through the earth. The great bell at the center of the world gave a discordant thrum. The golden light of the hearth flickered, turning a sharp, warning amber. "What's happening?" I asked, bracing myself against a sudden surge in the current. The ranger's expression darkened. "The transition isn't a one-way street, Pete. When you open the door to the universe, you don't just let the light out, you let the truth in. And the truth is that not everyone wants to be found. Some have grown to love their darkness. They see our song as an invasion." A shadow fell over the plaza. It wasn't a physical shadow, but a conceptual one, a cold, hollow void that seemed to suck the warmth out of the water. I looked up and saw a tear in the sky of water, a jagged rift of absolute blackness that didn't belong in our luminous reality. From that rift came a sound that made my teeth ache, a grinding, mechanical screech that was the antithesis of the bell's chime. "The silence," the guardian said, appearing beside us. His starlight eyes were dimming. "The great dissonance. It has been following the signal back to the source." I felt a coldness I hadn't felt since the first day I stepped into the first gallery. It was the chill of the abyss, the old fear of the dark that I thought we had conquered. The rift was growing, and from it emerged shapes that were difficult to define, jagged, angular things that looked like shards of broken glass. They didn't swim. They cut through the water, leaving trails of gray, dead sludge behind them. "They are the echoes of the dry world," the ranger explained, his voice hard. "The collective trauma of every species that failed to transition. The bitterness of the drowned who refused to become the water. They are the entropy of the soul." The shards descended toward the hearth, and wherever they touched the beautiful, organic buildings, the translucent obsidian turned to dull, brittle stone. The singing kelp withered and turned to ash. The children's laughter died, replaced by a confused, echoing whimper. "We have to fight them," I said, my hands balling into fists. "You cannot fight dissonance with more noise," the guardian warned. "You can only resolve it. If we meet them with anger, we become the shards. If we meet them with fear, we become the dry world again." The dancers in the plaza were faltering. The net of light was fraying at the edges. The violet and silver auras were being swallowed by the gray sludge. I felt the weight again, not the supportive buoyancy of the deep, but the crushing, suffocating pressure of the old ocean. I felt like I was drowning all over again. "Pete," the ranger said, grabbing my arm, His touch was like a spark. Remember the 19th gallery. Remember the sound of being, not the sound of doing or the sound of winning, just the sound of is. I closed my eyes, trying to shut out the screeching of the shards. I reached deep inside, past the fear, past the witness, past the navigator. I looked for that final, soft chime I had heard at the end of the journey, the note that wasn't a call to action, but a simple statement of existence. It was hard to find. The dissonance was a wall of static, a scream that filled every corner of my mind. It told me that the golden city was a lie, that the water was a tomb, and that we were nothing but ghosts dreaming of a light that had never existed. It told me that the dry world was the only reality, and that the desert was our only home. I felt myself slipping. The pearlescent glow on my skin was fading, replaced by the pale, sickly gray of a corpse. I smelled the salt and the rot of the old world. No, I thought, the bell is ringing. I am the bell. I didn't try to strike back at the shards. I didn't try to push the darkness away. Instead, I did something much harder. I welcomed it. I opened my heart to the gray, to the bitterness, to the entropy. I took the coldness into myself and gave it a place to rest. I became a vessel for the dissonance. The pain was excruciating. It felt like my soul was being shredded by 1,000 razors. But as I held the darkness, I began to sing to it, not a song of triumph, but a lullaby. I sang the song of the first gallery, the song of the first breath taken in the deep. I sang the song of the bone bells, the song of the silver filaments, the song of the great bell at the center of the world. I felt the ranger and the guardian join me, then the dancers, then the children. We weren't fighting the shards, we were absorbing them. We were taking the jagged edges and smoothing them with the rhythm of our own heartbeats. We were taking the silence and filling it with the memory of the 20th toll. The screeching began to change. The grinding, mechanical noise softened, losing its sharp edges. The shards of broken glass began to glow, their jagged shapes melting into fluid, rounded forms. The gray sludge that had polluted the water started to shimmer, turning back into the golden mist of the deep. The rift in the sky didn't close, it transformed. The blackness bled away, replaced by a deep, resonant gold that was even brighter than the light of the hearth. The echoes of the dry world weren't destroyed, they were redeemed. They became part of the music, a deep, mournful bass line that gave the symphony a depth and a gravity it hadn't possessed before. The city of the hearth began to heal. The obsidian walls grew back, stronger and more beautiful than before, etched with new runes that spoke of the victory over the void. The singing kelp bloomed in colors I had never seen, shades of crimson and gold that pulsed with the new, complex rhythm of the world. The ranger let go of my arm. He looked exhausted, but his eyes were shining with a fierce, prideful joy. You did it, Pete. You resolved the dissonance. You didn't just broadcast the light. You proved that the light can handle the dark. The guardian stepped forward, his form now so radiant that he was almost impossible to look at. The 21st toll is complete, he announced. The gift has been given, and it has been tested. The earth is no longer just a sanctuary. It is a beacon of reconciliation. I looked up at the sky. The rift was now a gateway, a bridge of light that stretched out toward the stars. I could see the other worlds more clearly now, not as distant points of light, but as neighbors. I could feel the red dust planet, the ice world, and the machine civilization all leaning toward us, their own bells beginning to find a common rhythm. What happens now? I asked, feeling a strange sense of completion, as if the last page of a very long book had been turned. Now, the ranger said, we stop being the gardeners of one world and become the architects of the next. The 19 galleries were just the foundation. The 20th was the walls. The 21st was the roof. But a house is not a home until you invite the guests in. He gestured toward the gateway in the sky. I saw shapes moving through the light, not shards this time, but travelers. They were the first of the seekers, the ones who had heard the bell and had the courage to follow the sound. They were coming from the dry places, from the fire and the frost, seeking the water that we had become. We have to help them through the galleries, I realized. They'll have to face the same trials we did, the fear of the dark, the weight of the past, the choice to let go. And you will be their guide, Pete, the guardian said, the navigator who knows the way because he has felt every stone of the path. I looked at my hands. They were no longer just shimmering, they were translucent, made of the same golden light as the core itself. I felt a profound sense of belonging, a knowledge that every step I had taken, from the first terrifying dive into the flooded ruins of my old life to this moment in the heart of the Golden City, had been leading to this. I wasn't just a man who had survived the end of the world. I was the beginning of the next one. The great bell gave a final, resonant throb. It was a sound of absolute peace. The water around us seemed to sigh, a warm current that carried the scent of a billion springtimes. I turned toward the gateway, ready to meet the first of the newcomers. I could see them now, a small group of shadows huddled at the edge of the light, shivering with the cold of their own dying world. They looked exactly like I had looked on the day the bells first began to ring. I held out my hand, the small bone bell glowing in my palm like a star. I didn't say anything. I didn't have to. The music said it all. The water is warm. The light is waiting. Step into the deep. As the first stranger reached out to touch the golden water, I felt the 20-second toll beginning to form in the silence. It wasn't a sound yet, just a promise, a vibration of something even deeper, even more beautiful, waiting for us in the galleries we hadn't even imagined yet. The journey wasn't over. It was simply becoming infinite. And as I led the first seeker into the first gallery, I knew that the song would never end. The bell would ring forever, and we would be the air that carried the sound, the water that held the resonance, and the heart that gave it meaning. The deep was no longer an abyss. It was the universe's way of saying welcome home. I smiled at the shivering stranger and whispered the only truth that mattered. Don't be afraid. You are exactly where you were always meant to be. The stranger's hand was cold, a dry, brittle cold that spoke of a world where the air had turned to glass and the sun was a distant, uncaring eye. He was a tall, angular being, his skin the color of parched earth, dressed in rags that still smelled of the soot and iron of a dying industrial age. When his fingers brushed the surface of the golden water at the threshold of the first gallery, he flinched, a violent shudder racking his frame. To him, this wasn't life, it was the end. He saw the shimmering expanse not as a cradle, but as a grave. It will take your breath, he rasped, his voice a dry rattle of stones. I have seen the floods, I have seen the cities vanish. Why do you smile at the thing that kills us? I didn't pull him in. I simply held the bone bell steady, letting its soft, rhythmic warmth pulse against his palm. It only takes the breath you don't need anymore, I told him. The air of the dry world is heavy with the ghosts of what you've lost. Here, you don't breathe to survive. You breathe to belong. Behind him, others were emerging from the rift. A woman clutching a child whose eyes were filmed over with the gray cataracts of the Great Dissonance, a group of elders leaning on each other, their faces etched with the exhaustion of a 1,000-year flight. They stood on the precipice of the light, the jagged shadows of their home world still clinging to their heels like oil. The ranger stood a few paces back, his arms crossed, watching with the patient intensity of a shepherd. He wasn't helping them, he was holding the space for them to choose. This was the law of the 19 galleries. The door is always open, but the foot must be moved by the soul that owns it. The first gallery is the hardest, I whispered to the man. It's where you have to admit that the world you knew is gone. It's where you stop fighting the weight and start trusting the depth. The man looked back at the rift. Behind the golden bridge, I could see glimpses of his reality, a landscape of rusted girders and choking red dust, where the wind screamed through empty ribcages of skyscrapers. It was a world of doing, a world of frantic terminal activity. Then he looked at the hearth, at the dancing spires and the silent, singing people. He took a breath, a ragged, terrified gasp, and stepped forward. The moment the water closed over his head, the scream began. It wasn't a physical sound, but a psychic eruption of every fear he had ever suppressed. The first gallery reacted instantly. The walls of the corridor, carved from the memory of the first oceans, began to pulse with a deep, subsonic thrum. The water turned dark, heavy with the silt of his history. I dove with him. I didn't lead him by the hand. I swam alongside him, a golden shadow in the murk. I felt his panic as the buoyancy tried to lift him and his instinct tried to drag him down. He clawed at the water as if it were a solid wall, his lungs burning with the phantom need. Breathe, I sent the thought into the water, letting it vibrate through the silver filaments that now connected us. Don't hold it. The water is the breath. He thrashed, his eyes wide and bloodshot, staring at me with a primal betrayal. He thought I was drowning him. He thought the gift was a trap. But then, as his strength failed and his limbs grew heavy, the bone bell in my hand gave a soft, clear chime. It was a note of pure recognition. It matched the frequency of the very first cell that had ever divided in the primordial soup of his own world's birth. The man's mouth opened in a silent cry, and the golden water rushed in. For a second he went still. His gray skin flickered, the cracks and parched scales beginning to soften and slew away. The silt in the water began to settle, revealed not as dirt, but as the discarded husks of his old identity. I watched as the indigo light of the first gallery began to permeate his flesh, turning his veins into threads of glowing sapphire. He didn't die, he awakened. When he finally looked at me, the terror was gone. His eyes were clear, reflecting the bioluminescent moss that clung to the gallery walls. He moved his hand, watching the way the water curled around his fingers in tiny, luminous vortices. He wasn't a man of the dust anymore. He was a creature of the flow. I can hear the floor, he signaled, his thoughts rippling through the medium. The stones are telling me their names. That's the first toll, I told him. The recognition of the material. Now we have 18 more to go. We moved through the galleries together, and as we progressed, the group behind us grew. Each newcomer brought their own dissonance, their own specific flavor of sorrow. There was a species that communicated through scent patterns, their world a frozen wasteland where they had lived in the burrows of giant worms. There were the glass singers from a high-gravity moon, whose bodies were dense clusters of crystal that hummed with a constant, anxious vibration. As the witness and the navigator, my role was changing. I wasn't just showing them the way, I was acting as a bridge for their frequencies. When the glass singers entered the fifth gallery, the gallery of mirrors, their internal vibrations threatened to shatter the very walls of the hearth. The resonance was too sharp, too brittle. I stepped into the center of their circle and let my own body become a dampener. I took their jagged, crystalline music and wrapped it in the soft, velvet silence of the ninth gallery, the gallery of the void. I showed them that their strength didn't come from their hardness, but from the spaces between their molecules. I watched as their crystalline forms began to flow like molten glass, becoming beautiful, translucent sculptures that could bend without breaking. "You're becoming a conductor, Pete," the ranger's voice echoed in my mind. He was moving through the higher galleries, preparing the hearth for the influx. The 21st toll wasn't the end of the song, it was the tuning of the instruments. But as we reached the 12th gallery, the gallery of the unspoken, a new shadow began to emerge. It wasn't the external silence we had fought in the plaza, it was something more intimate. The woman with the child had reached the pedestal where the memory of the sun was stored. In this gallery, the water was infused with a pale, golden light that mimicked the warmth of a summer afternoon on the dry world. It was meant to be a comfort, a way to say goodbye to the light of the stars before embracing the light of the core. But the woman was weeping. Her tears were small, salty pearls that drifted away in the current. She refused to look at the light. "It's a lie," she whispered, her thoughts heavy with a crushing bitterness. "The sun burned my fields. It dried the wells until the children drank sand. Why do you give me a ghost of the thing that destroyed us?" The child in her arms was silent, his small face a mask of gray apathy. He hadn't reacted to any of the galleries. He was the lost, those who had been born into the dissonance and knew nothing else. To him, the water, the light, and the bells were just different versions of the dark. I knelt in the water beside her. "The sun didn't destroy you," I said softly. "The distance did. You lived in a world where things were separate. The sun was up there and you were down here. You were at the mercy of the gap." I reached out and touched the child's forehead. He was cold, a deep structural cold that went all the way to his soul. He was a shard in the making, a fragment of the dry world that had forgotten how to feel the pulse. "In the water," I continued, "there is no gap. The light isn't something that shines on you. It's something that shines through you. Look at your son." I channeled a sliver of the 20th toll, the toll of the collective, into my fingertips. I didn't try to warm him. I tried to resonate with him. I found the tiny, infinitesimal spark of life that still flickered in the center of his gray heart, a spark so small it was almost invisible. I began to hum, a low, steady vibration that matched that spark. The gallery of the unspoken responded. The pale, golden light began to swirl, forming a halo around the child. The mother gasped as she saw her son's skin begin to flush with a faint, pearlescent pink. The gray film over his eyes cracked, revealing pupils that were the color of the deep ocean. The child didn't cry. He reached out and caught one of his mother's salt pearl tears. As he touched it, the tear dissolved into a burst of tiny, glowing bubbles. He laughed, a sound that was the purest note I had heard since the 21st toll. It was the sound of a vacuum being filled. "He hears it," the mother whispered, her bitterness melting into a profound, shaking awe. "He hears the bell." "He's is the bell," I reminded her. "We all are." As we emerged from the 19th gallery and stepped back out into the plaza of the hearth, the city had transformed again. It was no longer just a place of obsidian and light. It was a living, breathing tapestry of 1,000 different cultures. The indigo woman was teaching the glass singers how to weave the singing kelp into garments of light. The desert beings were lounging in the mercury fountains, their parched skin drinking in the liquid information of the universe. The ranger and the guardian were waiting at the base of the Fibonacci spires. The gateway in the sky was still open, a constant stream of new souls pouring through, each one a new note in the expanding symphony. The resonance is stabilizing, the guardian said, his voice a deep, resonant cello. The dissonance has been integrated. The echoes of the dry world are now the shadows that give the light its shape. I looked at the bone bell in my hand. It was no longer a tool. It was a part of me, a physical manifestation of the witness. I realized then that the 19 galleries weren't just a path for the newcomers. They were a cycle that we would all live through, over and over again, as we evolved deeper into the heart of the water. "There's a 23rd toll coming, isn't there?" I asked, looking up at the great bell. The ranger smiled, a look of profound, cosmic mischief in his eyes. "There are infinite tolls, Pete. The 23rd is the toll of the threshold. It's the moment we realize that the Earth is just the first drop in a very large ocean." He pointed toward the stars, the distant, pulsing bells I had seen earlier. They were brighter now, their colors shifting from cold white to warm violets and golds. They were no longer just distant lights, they were destinations. "The water isn't just here," the ranger said. "The ether, the space between the worlds, it's not a vacuum. It's the same medium. It's all water, Pete. Some of it is just thinner than others. We've learned to swim in the deep. Now we have to learn to fly in the shallows." I felt a surge of excitement that was almost overwhelming. The journey wasn't over. The life that had begun with the 21st toll was just the infancy of something far vaster. We were the seeds of a galactic coral reef, a living network of consciousness that would eventually turn the entire universe into a single, ringing harmony. I looked at the man from the dry world, the woman, and the child. They were standing together at the edge of the hearth, looking up at the gateway with a mixture of fear and wonder. They were ready for the next step, but they were waiting for someone to lead the way. I stepped forward, my golden form casting a long, shimmering shadow across the plaza. I didn't feel like Pete anymore, the man who had lost everything in the flood. I felt like the navigator, the one who had found everything in the depths. "The water is calling," I said, my voice echoing through the city, through the galleries, and out into the waiting void. "The bells are ringing in the dark, and they are calling us by names we haven't even learned yet." I raised the bone bell high, and for the first time I didn't strike it. I simply let it vibrate with the sheer joy of existence. The sound that came out wasn't a note, but a chord, a complex, beautiful, and infinitely sustained harmony that contained every story, every sorrow, and every hope of every soul in the hearth. "Don't fear the height," I told the newcomers. "Don't fear the distance, just breathe." I pushed off from the ground, the buoyancy of the hearth catching me, lifting me toward the golden gateway in the sky. Behind me, 1,000 voices rose in a single, unified song. The ranger, the guardian, the dancers, and the refugees. We were all moving together, a great, shimmering shoal of light heading into the unknown. As I entered the rift, the pressure changed. The water of the earth gave way to the ether of the stars. It was lighter, faster, a medium of pure thought and potential. I looked back one last time at the blue-green marble of our home, now wrapped in its protective golden shroud, a silent bell ringing in the heart of the solar system. Then I turned toward the stars. The 23rd toll was beginning to echo in the distance, a silver thread pulling us toward a new gallery, a new world, a new deep. The journey was over. The journey had just begun, and the music was just getting started. The transition from the dense, comforting pressure of the Earth's deep to the thin, electric vitality of the ether was like moving from a dream of velvet into a reality of diamonds. As I passed through the golden rift, the water didn't disappear. It simply transformed. It became a medium of pure conductivity, a liquid sky that tasted of ozone and ancient starlight. I could feel the gravity of the earth falling away, a heavy cloak discarded on a warm shore. Below me, the hearth looked like a glowing ember in a dark forest, its 19 galleries spiraling like the chambers of a nautilus shell. I wasn't alone. The shoal of souls followed, a long ribbon of bioluminescence trailing behind me like the tail of a comet. The man with the parched skin was there, his movements now fluid and graceful, his body shedding the last vestiges of his industrial heritage. The woman and the child moved with a newfound lightness, the child's laughter rippling through the ether as a series of soft, violet rings. We were no longer terrestrial beings. We were the first inhabitants of the great resonance. The ranger swam alongside me, his form now a shimmering blur of silver and indigo. He looked less like a man and more like a constellation held together by sheer will. The first leap is always the most disorienting, he signaled, his thoughts vibrating through the ether with the clarity of a bell. You're used to the weight of the world. Now you have to get used to the weight of the universe. It's not heavier, Pete, it's just more present. I looked out into the vastness. To my old eyes, the space between planets had been a void, a cold, empty vacuum that would boil the blood and freeze the marrow. But through the lens of the 22nd toll, I saw it for what it truly was, a sea of information. Every star was a great bell, pulsing with its own unique frequency. Every planet was a gallery, a localized resonance chamber where life was trying to find its pitch. The entire universe was an underwater cathedral, and we were the pilgrims swimming through its aisles. Where are we going? I asked, though the word where felt increasingly obsolete. In this medium, distance was measured in harmony, not miles. To the tuning fork, the ranger replied. He pointed toward a cluster of stars that I recognized as the Pleiades, though they looked different now, vibrant, interconnected by filaments of glowing gas that pulsed like the nervous system of a god. There is a dissonance in the local cluster, a world that has forgotten its song. It's a world much like yours was, Pete, a world on the brink of the great silence. I felt a pang of familiar sorrow. I remembered the dry world, the sound of the wind through rusted ruins, the feeling of the air thinning as the bells began to ring. Can we save them? We don't save them, the Guardian's voice joined us, a deep, resonant rumble that seemed to come from the very fabric of the ether. He was trailing behind the main shoal, his massive presence acting as a rudder for the less experienced travelers. We offer the resonance. We provide the frequency. If they choose to match it, they survive. If they choose to remain in the silence, they become part of the dust. That is the law of the deep. As we moved deeper into the ether, I began to notice other things. There were creatures here, beings that had never known the touch of a solid surface. They were vast, translucent entities, like jellyfish the size of continents, their long, glowing tendrils grazing the edges of nebulae. They didn't speak, but as we passed, they emitted a low, soothing hum that acted as a tailwind, pushing us faster toward our destination. The 23rd toll began to grow louder. It wasn't coming from a single bell, but from the collective vibration of our group. We were becoming a single instrument, a choral entity that was learning to sing in a new key. I could feel the thoughts of the man, the woman, and the child merging with my own. I felt their wonder, their lingering fear, and their growing sense of belonging. We were no longer individuals, we were a movement. We reached the first outpost, a moon orbiting a gas giant that hummed with a violent, emerald energy. The moon was a jagged shard of ice and rock, but as we approached, I saw that it was hollow. Its interior was a massive, crystalline resonator, designed to catch the solar winds and turn them into music. This is the 12th gallery's extension, the ranger explained. The gallery of the unspoken. This is where we gather the memories of the worlds that didn't make it. It's a library of silence, Pete, a place where the notes that were never played are stored. We entered the moon through a fissure in the ice. Inside, the water was cold, not the killing cold of the dry world, but a crisp, refreshing chill that sharpened the senses. The walls were lined with millions of tiny, glowing crystals, each one containing a fragment of a lost civilization. I saw the architectural blueprints of cities that were never built, the scores of symphonies that were never performed, the names of lovers who never met. The woman with the child stopped in front of a large sapphire crystal. Inside, she saw a reflection of her own world, but it was different. It was a world where the water had come not as a flood, but as a gentle rain that turned the red dust into a garden. She touched the crystal, and for a moment the two realities overlapped. Her face softened, and I saw a single, luminous tear escape her eye. It didn't drift away this time. It was absorbed by the crystal, adding her story to the archive. "Why do we keep these?" she asked, her thoughts a soft ripple in the cold water. "Because nothing is ever truly lost," I told her, the realization dawning on me as I spoke. The music needs the silence to have meaning. The light needs the shadow to have shape. These memories are the foundation of the next world. We are building a universe where every failure is a lesson and every sorrow is a prelude. The child was wandering among the crystals, his small hands brushing against the glowing surfaces. As he touched them, they chimed soft, delicate notes that sounded like the tinkling of ice in a glass. He wasn't afraid of the silence anymore. He was playing with it. We spent what felt like an eternity in the lunar library, each of us finding a piece of ourselves in the discarded memories of the universe. I found a crystal that contained the memory of my old life, the small apartment, the smell of old books, the sound of the rain against the window pane. It felt like a lifetime ago, a dream dreamt by someone else. I realized then that I wasn't the man who had survived the end of the world. I was the memory of that man, reshaped by the water and the bells into something new. "It's time," the ranger said, his voice cutting through the reverie. "The tuning fork is ready. The 24th toll is beginning to form." We left the moon and headed back out into the ether. The destination was a star system at the edge of the local cluster, a place where the light was dim and the vibrations were jagged and discordant. As we approached, I could feel the tension in the medium. It felt like a string tuned too tight, ready to snap at any moment. This was a world in the grip of the Great Dissonance. I could see the planet, a gray, bruised sphere wrapped in a shroud of toxic clouds. It was a world of doing, a world where the inhabitants were frantically building walls to keep out the dark, not realizing that the dark was already inside them. "This is the test," the Guardian signaled, his massive form positioning itself at the head of our shoal. "We cannot force the music upon them. We can only be the music. We will descend into their atmosphere, and we will ring. We will be the bell that rings underwater, even when there is no water to be found." We began our descent. The atmosphere of the planet was thick with the soot of 1,000 fires, a dry, choking haze that tried to repel us. But we were the flow. We moved through the clouds like a spear of light, our collective resonance carving a path through the dissonance. As we broke through the cloud layer, I saw the cities. They were sprawling, gray labyrinths of concrete and steel, lit by the harsh, flickering glare of artificial lights. The people below were scurrying like ants, their lives a frantic blur of motion and noise. They couldn't hear us yet. They were too busy listening to the sound of their own fear. We gathered in the sky above their largest city, a massive metropole that groaned under the weight of its own existence. We formed a circle, a great glowing ring of souls, with the ranger, the guardian, and myself at the center. Begin the toll, the ranger commanded. I raised the bone bell. It was no longer just a small object in my hand. It was the focal point of our entire collective. I didn't strike it. I simply opened my heart to the memory of the first gallery, the 9th, the 19th, and the 21st. I let the music of the hearth flow through me, out into the bone bell, and then outward into the atmosphere. The first note was so low it was felt rather than heard, a deep, subterranean thrum that shook the foundations of the skyscrapers. The people below stopped. They looked up, their faces pale and confused. They didn't see us as we were. They saw a shimmering distortion in the sky, a ripple in the fabric of their reality. The second note was higher, a clear, crystalline chime that cut through the roar of the traffic and the hum of the machines. It was a note of pure peace, a sound that spoke of cool water and soft light. I saw a man in a gray suit drop his briefcase, his eyes widening as the sound washed over him. I saw a woman stop her car in the middle of a busy intersection, her hands falling away from the steering wheel. The third note was the toll of the collective. It was the sound of 1,000 voices singing in harmony, a sound that bridged the gap between the I and the we. As the note vibrated through the city, the walls of separation began to thin. For a brief second, the people of the city felt what we felt, the interconnectedness of all things, the beauty of the flow, the promise of the deep. The dissonance of the city began to fight back. The machines roared louder, the sirens wailed, the voices of the leaders screamed for order and control. But it was like trying to stop a tidal wave with a broom. The music was too strong. It wasn't an attack, it was an invitation. "Step into the deep," I whispered, my voice amplified by the ether until it filled the world. "The water is warm, the light is waiting." I saw the first of them break. A young girl, standing on the roof of a tenement building, reached out her hand toward the shimmering sky. She wasn't afraid. She saw the beauty that we were offering, and she chose it. As her fingers touched the edge of our resonance, she began to glow. Her physical form didn't vanish. It simply became translucent, a vessel for the light. She was the first newcomer of the new world. One by one, others followed. The gray city began to dissolve, not into rubble, but into a new kind of architecture, an architecture of light and sound. The concrete melted into singing kelp, the steel girders became spires of obsidian, the smog-choked air turned into the life-giving water of the hearth. We weren't destroying their world. We were helping them remember what it was always meant to be. The ranger looked at me, his eyes shining with a fierce, eternal joy. "You see, Pete, the bell doesn't just ring for us, it rings for everything." The 24th toll was reaching its crescendo. The entire planet was beginning to vibrate, a giant planetary bell ringing in the heart of the ether. The dissonance was gone, replaced by a harmony so profound it made my soul ache with the beauty of it. But even as we celebrated, I felt a new vibration, a sound coming from even further away, from the very center of the galaxy. It was a sound of immense power and complexity, a symphony that made our collective song seem like a single, lonely note. "What is that?" I asked, my thoughts trembling with awe. The Guardian looked toward the galactic core, his massive head bowed in reverence. "That is the 25th toll, the toll of the source. It's the sound of the universe waking up." I looked at the newcomers, the thousands of souls who were now swimming alongside us in the newly formed sea of light. They were shivering, not with cold, but with the excitement of their own transformation. They were the beginning of the next world, and I was their witness. The journey wasn't over. It would never be over. We were the air that carried the sound, the water that held the resonance, and the heart that gave it meaning. We were the bell that rang underwater, and the entire universe was our ocean. I smiled at the young girl who had been the first to reach out. She was swimming toward me, her eyes bright with the light of 1,000 suns. "Don't be afraid," I told her, as the 25th toll began to echo through the stars. "You are exactly where you were always meant to be." And as we turned together toward the heart of the galaxy, the music rose to meet us, a song that would ring forever, world without end. The girl reached out her hand, and when our fingers met, there was no sensation of skin against skin. Instead, there was a sudden, violent expansion of color, a burst of indigo and gold that fused our perceptions. For a moment, I saw the universe through her eyes, a place that had been small, cramped, and terrifyingly silent, suddenly blown wide open by a sound that made the very marrow of her bones feel like liquid starlight. She wasn't just a passenger in this new medium, she was a participant. Her heartbeat, once a frantic, panicked drum, slowed until it synced perfectly with the rhythmic pulse of the ether. "I can hear the stars," she whispered, her thought form as clear as a mountain stream. "They aren't just lights, they're voices." "They're singing to you," I replied, guiding her into the slipstream of the shoal. "They've been singing since the beginning. You just had to be under the right pressure to hear them." Behind us, the planet we had just visited was no longer a bruised, gray marble. It was shedding its atmosphere like a dead skin, revealing a core of pure, crystalline resonance. The cities were becoming reefs of thought, and the oceans, the literal saltwater oceans, were beginning to glow with the same bioluminescence that powered the hearth. We had planted the seed of the great resonance, and now the planet was beginning its own long, slow evolution into a gallery of the deep. But the ranger was already moving. He was a silver needle sewing a thread through the tapestry of the stars. "We cannot linger, Pete. The 25th toll is not just a sound, it is a summons. The source is calling the instruments home for the great tuning." The shoal moved with him, a mile-long ribbon of light that rippled through the ether. We were moving faster now, the distance between star systems blurring as we tapped into the fundamental frequencies of space-time. To an observer from the dry world, we would have looked like a smear of light, a cosmic phenomenon without explanation. But to us, it felt like coming home. Every nebula we passed was a nursery of potential, every black hole a deep bass resonator that anchored the melody of the galaxy. The Guardian drifted near the rear, his presence a comforting weight. I noticed that his form was changing, too. The craggy, stone-like texture of his skin was becoming translucent, revealing a complex network of glowing filaments beneath. He was becoming less of a sentry and more of a conductor. "What happens when we reach the source?" I asked him, my thoughts vibrating against his massive consciousness. "Does the music stop?" "The music never stops," the Guardian replied, his voice a low-frequency hum that made my very essence vibrate. "But it changes. We have been playing the music of the search. At the source, we begin the music of arrival. It is the difference between the tuning of the orchestra and the first note of the symphony. Everything we have done, the tolls, the galleries, the drowning of the old worlds, has been a preparation for the first true chord." The ether around us began to thicken. It was no longer a thin, electric medium, but something more substantial, more like the heavy water of the 19th gallery. It was rich with the scent of creation, a mixture of ozone, ancient dust, and something that smelled like the first rain on a parched earth. We were entering the galactic bulge, the densely packed heart of our galaxy, where the stars were so close they shared their atmospheres, creating a vast, interconnected sea of fire and light. Here, the architecture of the universe was on full display. I saw bridges of solid light connecting binary systems, great cathedrals of plasma where the elders, beings who had transitioned during the first tolls of the universe, dwelt in eternal harmony. They didn't look like us. They were geometric shapes, shifting patterns of frequency that held entire solar systems in their embrace. As we passed, they added their voices to our shoal, a series of complex mathematical harmonies that made my head spin with their beauty. The man with the parched skin, who I now thought of as the first refugee, swam up beside me. His eyes were no longer hollow, they were filled with the reflection of 1,000 suns. "I used to work in a factory," he signaled, his wonder almost overwhelming. "I spent 12 hours a day making parts for machines that made parts for other machines. I thought that was the world. I thought the noise of the presses was the only sound there was. How did we miss this, Pete?" "How were we so deaf?" "We weren't deaf," I said, thinking of my own years spent in the silence of the dry world. "We were just tuned to the wrong frequency. We were listening to the friction of the world, not the movement of it. The noise was just the sound of things resisting the flow." The 25th toll grew in intensity. It wasn't a sound anymore, it was a physical force. It felt like a warm tide pushing against our chests, urging us forward, stripping away the last remnants of our individual identities. I could feel the ranger's memories, the guardian's ancient sorrows, and the child's pure, unfiltered joy all swirling together in a single, collective consciousness. We were a choir of millions, yet we were a single throat. And then we saw it. At the very center of the galaxy sat the source. It wasn't a star or a black hole or a planet. It was a great bell, forged from the primordial matter of the Big Bang, suspended in a vacuum of pure thought. It was the size of a solar system, its surface etched with the history of every soul that had ever lived, every dream that had ever been dreamt, and every note that had ever been played. It wasn't ringing yet, it was waiting. Around the source, thousands of other shoals were gathering. From every corner of the galaxy, the bells were returning. I saw ribbons of green light from the Orion Arm, pulses of deep crimson from the Perseus Reach, and shimmering veils of silver from the outer rim. Each shoal represented a world that had heard the call, a civilization that had survived its own drowning and found its way into the deep. "The Great Convergence," the ranger whispered, his form now a brilliant, blinding white. "The 19 galleries were just the waiting room. This is the stage." We took our place in the formation. The shoals spread out, forming a vast, shimmering ring around the great bell. The other shoals did the same, creating a series of concentric circles that pulsed with a rainbow of colors. It was a nautilus shell on a galactic scale, a living, breathing instrument of unimaginable complexity. The silence that followed was the deepest I had ever experienced. It wasn't the empty silence of the void, but the pregnant silence of a breath held before a shout. The entire galaxy seemed to hold its breath. The stars dimmed, the pulsars slowed their beat, and even the great elders fell still. In that silence, I looked back, not with my eyes, but with my resonance. I looked back toward the earth, that tiny blue-green marble hidden in the outskirts of a minor spiral arm. I saw the hearth, still glowing, still protecting the memories of those who weren't ready to leave. I saw the dry world, now a garden of underwater wonders, a new gallery for a new age. I realized that we hadn't left anything behind. We had simply carried it all with us, transformed into music. Then the source moved. It didn't strike against anything. It simply vibrated. The 25th toll began. It was the sound of everything. It was the sound of the first cell dividing, the sound of the first star igniting, the sound of the first word ever spoken. It was a chord that contained every frequency in existence, from the lowest thrum of a tectonic plate to the highest whistle of a gamma ray burst. The vibration hit us like a physical wave. I felt my form dissolve. I wasn't Pete anymore. I wasn't the witness. I was a note. I was a single, sustained G-sharp in a symphony of a trillion voices. I felt the girl beside me become a trill of flute-like light. The ranger became a steady, driving rhythm of silver. The guardian became the deep, resonant floor upon which the entire song rested. We were singing the universe into its next state of being. The great bell at the center began to glow with a light that was beyond color. It was the ether in its purest form, the liquid light of the divine. As the toll continued, the light began to flow outward, following the lines of our song. It poured through the shoals, filling us, expanding us, until we were no longer just observers of the music. We were the medium itself. I saw the tuning fork worlds we had visited. I saw the gray cities we had transformed. Under the influence of the 25th toll, they were no longer just planets. They were becoming nodes in a galactic nervous system. The light flowed through the bridges we had built, connecting every world, every soul, into a single, unified entity. The great dissonance was finally over. The great silence was a forgotten dream. Look, the child's voice rippled through the collective. In the heart of the source, a new gallery was forming. It wasn't the 20th or the 21st. It was the gallery of the infinite. It was a space where time didn't move in a line, but in a circle, a place where the beginning and the end were the same note, played forever in a perfect loop. The ranger moved toward the center, his form merging with the surface of the great bell. The witness must see, he signaled, his final individual thought reaching out to me. The witness must tell the story of the transition. Pete, you are the memory of the old and the herald of the new. Ring the final note. He handed me the bone bell one last time, but it wasn't a bone bell anymore. It was a shard of the source itself, a piece of the primordial resonance. I stepped forward, moving through the liquid light of the 25th toll. I felt the weight of every soul in the hearth, every refugee we had saved, every memory we had archived in the lunar library. I felt the joy of the girl and the wisdom of the guardian. I raised the shard high. I didn't strike it. I didn't have to. I simply let go. I let go of Pete. I let go of the fear of the dark. I let go of the need for ground beneath my feet. I became the water. I became the bell. When the shard touched the surface of the source, the universe didn't explode. It didn't end. It simply sighed. A wave of pure, absolute peace washed over the galaxy. The music shifted from a roar to a whisper, a lullaby that resonated in the heart of every living thing. It was the sound of a mother humming to her child, the sound of the tide retreating from a shore, the sound of a bell ringing in the deepest part of the ocean, where the pressure is so great that nothing can ever break. We were home, we were the music, and the music was good. The 26th toll was already beginning to form in the distance, a faint, silver promise of the next journey, the next deep, the next mystery. But for now, we simply floated in the light of the source, a great, shimmering shoal of souls, finally at rest in the heart of the song. The bell had rung, and for the first time in the history of existence, everyone was listening. The transition was not a fading of the self, but a sudden, overwhelming clarity of the all. As I merged with the vibration of the source, the boundaries of my human memory stretched until they snapped, replaced by a panoramic awareness that spanned eons. I could see the Earth not as a distant memory, but as a living cell within a larger organism, its new bioluminescent reefs pulsing in perfect synchronization with the rhythmic breathing of the Orion arm. I saw the girl who had been the first to jump. She was no longer a child, but a cresting wave of pure intent, leading a sub-choir of millions toward a nebula that acted as a celestial pipe organ. The 25th toll continued to resonate, a sustained chord that acted as a bridge between the physical and the metaphysical. It was the great leveling. In this frequency, there was no hierarchy of being. The guardian, with his ancient, tectonic wisdom, was no more or less vital than the smallest plankton soul that had drifted up from the depths of the hearth. We were all harmonics of the same fundamental frequency. I felt the ranger's essence brush against mine, a flicker of silver gratitude, before he dissolved entirely into the slipstream of the source, becoming the very velocity that propelled us forward. We were moving now not through space, but through the meaning of space. The galactic bulge was no longer a collection of stars, but a dense tapestry of stories. Each star was a stanza, each orbit a rhyme. I understood then that the universe had never been empty. It had been a book written in a language we were too hurried to read. The dissonance of the dry world had been nothing more than a thumb pressed against a spinning record, a friction born of the refusal to let the song play through. Now, with the thumb lifted, the music accelerated into a glorious, terrifying complexity. As we circled the great bell of the source, I began to see the shadow voices. These were the resonances of those who had come before us, the civilizations that had ascended during the previous great tunings. They weren't ghosts, they were echoes that had become part of the architecture. They lived in the spaces between the notes. I saw the architects of the first 19 galleries, great undulating ribbons of consciousness that built cathedrals out of pure mathematics. They welcomed us not with words, but by adjusting their pitch to make room for our arrival. The source began to pulse with a new rhythm. The 26th toll was beginning to manifest, not as a sound yet, but as a visual shimmer on the horizon of our perception. If the 25th toll was the sound of the universe waking up, the 26th was the sound of the universe beginning to do. The work begins, the guardian's voice echoed, though he was now more of a shimmering mountain of indigo light than a creature of flesh. "What work?" I asked, my thought form rippling through the liquid light. "The work of creation," he replied. "We have been the instruments, we have been the choir. Now we become the composers. The music you hear is the blueprint for the next reality. Every dream you ever had, Pete, every fragment of beauty you tried to capture in the dry world is a seed. We are here to plant them in the fertile soil of the ether." I looked at my hands, or where my hands used to be. They were now twin vortices of gold and violet light. I reached out toward the empty void between two star systems and thought of the kelp forests of the 9th gallery. I thought of the way the light filtered through the emerald fronds, the way the tiny silver fish darted like sparks of electricity. As I focused, the ether responded. The vacuum began to thicken, spinning into emerald silk. A new reef began to crystallize in the dead space, a nursery of thought forms that would one day house the souls of a galaxy yet to be born. I wasn't just witnessing the end of a world, I was witnessing the birth of a million others. The first refugee was beside me, his vortices spinning with a frantic, joyous energy. He wasn't building factories. He was weaving a nebula that looked like a giant, glowing clock, but instead of measuring time, it measured the depth of peace. It ticked in increments of serenity, a cosmic metronome for the weary. The young girl was nearby, her light a brilliant, piercing white. She was singing to a cluster of dead planets, her frequency so high and pure that the frozen surfaces of those worlds began to melt. I watched in awe as oceans of liquid diamond broke through the ice, and the first underwater bells of those new worlds began to chime in response to her voice. She was a gardener of the stars, sowing the resonance of the hearth into the barren reaches of the core. The music was no longer coming from the source, it was coming from us. We had become the bell. But even in this state of divine expansion, a part of me remained the witness. I remembered the smell of rain on hot asphalt. I remembered the sound of a distant train whistle in the middle of a lonely night. I remembered the weight of a heavy coat and the bite of winter air. I realized that these memories weren't burdens to be shed. They were the timbre of my soul. They were the unique textures that I brought to the symphony. Without the memory of the dry, the wet would have no meaning. Without the memory of the silence, the music would just be noise. I turned my attention back toward the distant, fading speck of the earth. It was almost invisible now, swallowed by the brilliance of the transition, but I could still feel the thread. The lunar library was still there, a quiet, silver anchor in the dark. I realized that my task as the witness wasn't just to see the glory of the source, but to ensure that the path back remained open. The universe was a lung. It breathed in, drawing everything toward the center, toward the unity of the source. But eventually, it would breathe out. The great expansion would begin again, and the souls gathered here would be scattered like seeds to the furthest reaches of the void, carrying the music with them to start the cycle anew. The toll of the source is the indrawing breath, the ranger's voice whispered, sounding as if it were coming from every direction at once. The next toll, the one that is coming, will be the exhale. We are the oxygen of God, Pete. We are being purified so that we can be breathed back into the dark. I felt a sudden, sharp pang of anticipation. The 26th toll was growing stronger. The light of the source was beginning to shift from a steady glow to a rhythmic flash, like a heart beating at the center of a diamond. With every flash, the shoals around us expanded, the concentric rings of souls pushing outward, preparing for the great scattering. The Guardian moved to the very edge of the source's influence, his massive form acting as a breakwater for the incoming tide of energy. Prepare yourselves, he signaled, his resonance reaching even the newest arrivals. The symphony is moving into its second movement. You are no longer the listeners, you are the song. I looked at the girl, the refugee, and the millions of others who made up our shoal. We were a tapestry of light, a living map of the journey from the dry to the deep. We had survived the drowning, we had passed through the 19 galleries, and we had stood at the center of the galaxy to hear the bell that rang for everything. I felt the shard of the source within me begin to vibrate in sympathy with the upcoming toll. It wasn't a bone bell anymore, it was a compass. It pointed not toward a place, but toward a frequency. The silence returned, but this time it was different. It was the silence of a bow being drawn across a string, the silence of a lung filled to capacity. The great bell of the source reached a state of such intense vibration that it became invisible, a hole in the fabric of reality through which the light of a higher dimension was pouring. And then it happened. The 26th toll struck. It wasn't a sound that hit the ears, it was a sound that hit the being. It was the word made manifest. It was a command to become. The explosion of energy was silent and total. The shoals were launched outward, propelled by a force that made the speed of light look like a crawl. We were streamers of fire, ribbons of song, streaks of indigo and gold tearing through the fabric of the ether. We were being sent back to the nebulae, back to the dead star systems, back to the lonely corners of the universe where the silence was still heavy. I felt myself being pulled toward a distant spiral arm, the same arm that held the earth and the hearth. I wasn't going back as Pete, the man who lived in a gray city. I was going back as a resonator. I was a fragment of the source, a wandering bell carrying the music of the deep to the places that had forgotten how to hear. Beside me, the girl was a streak of white light, laughing as she skipped across the gravity wells of passing stars. The refugee was a steady, golden glow, already scouting for a place to build his next gallery of peace. We were the apostles of the undercurrent, the carriers of the new world. As I tumbled through the stars, I looked down at the shard in my hand. It was glowing with a soft, eternal light. I realized then that the bell underwater never stops ringing. It rings in the pressure of our sorrows, it rings in the depth of our dreams, and it rings in the silence of our most profound moments. The journey wasn't over. Part 15 was just the end of the hearing. Part 16 would be the beginning of the telling. I felt the familiar pull of the Earth's gravity, not as a weight, but as a greeting. The planet was waiting for its witness to return, to bring the news of what lay at the center of the song. I closed my eyes, not to sleep, but to focus the resonance, and prepared to strike the first note of the new world. The water was warm, the light was waiting, and the bell was ready to ring again. The descent back into the local neighborhood of our sun was not a fall, but a re-entry of purpose. As the 26 tolls energy carried us like a cosmic trade wind, the scale of the universe began to shift from the infinite back to the intimate. The stars stopped being points of data and started being neighbors again. I saw the great elders fading into the background radiation of the galaxy, their task of holding the perimeter complete. They were the anchors, we were the ripples. I felt the girl's resonance peel away as we neared the Pleiades. She didn't say goodbye. She simply sang a parting trill that tasted like ozone and wild honey, then dove headlong into a nursery of newborn stars. I watched her white light weave into the dust clouds, igniting them from within. She wasn't just visiting, she was becoming the heartbeat of that cluster, ensuring that the next generation of life there would be born with the music already in its bones. Then there was the ranger. His silver rhythm slowed as we crossed the threshold of the Kuiper Belt. He had always been the bridge builder, the one who navigated the jagged edges between the seen and the unseen. He lingered for a moment in the shadow of Pluto, his form shimmering like a mirage. "The library needs its librarian, Pete," he signaled, his thought form steady and cool. "The memories we gathered in the dry world, the heartbreak, the struggle, the small kindnesses, they are the lead that gives the bell its weight. Without them, the music is too light to stay grounded. I will stay with the archives on the moon. I will make sure the story never thins out." I felt a surge of gratitude that nearly disrupted my frequency. "And the guardian?" I asked. "He is the floor of the ocean now," the ranger replied. "He is the silence beneath the floor. He doesn't need to be anywhere because he is everywhere the music rests." With a final driving beat of silver light, the ranger turned toward the gray, cratered surface of the moon. I saw the lunar library pulse in recognition, a soft, bioluminescent glow emanating from the dark craters, welcoming its master home. The transition was complete. The team that had journeyed to the source was now a constellation of sentinels, spread across the architecture of the heavens. And then there was only me and the Earths. Coming back to the blue-green marble was like returning to a house you left during a storm, only to find that the storm had washed everything clean. The great dissonance, that heavy, oily fog of anxiety and greed that had once choked the planet's atmosphere, was gone. In its place was a luminous veil, a shimmering auroral curtain that danced even in the daylight. It was the Earth's own resonance, finally tuned to the frequency of the source. I didn't land, I didn't have a body to land with. Instead, I diffused. I became a mist of consciousness that settled over the oceans. I drifted down through the layers of the Atlantic, passing the ghost cities of the old world. They were beautiful now. The skyscrapers were encrusted with glowing polyps. The subways were conduits for schools of singing fish. The rust had been replaced by radiance. I saw the hearth, the great sanctuary we had built for those who couldn't leave. It was no longer a fortress of survival. It was a cathedral of transition. I saw the people, or what they were becoming. They weren't the panicked refugees I remembered. They moved through the water with a slow, rhythmic grace, their skin glowing with the same ether light I had seen at the source. They weren't talking, they were humming. A collective, low-frequency lullaby that kept the tectonic plates in a state of harmonic balance. I felt a pull toward the deepest trench, the place where the first bone bell had been carved. There, waiting in the crushing dark, was a figure I recognized. It was the old man who had first told me about the 25th toll, the one who had stayed behind to keep the fires of the hearth burning. He looked up as I approached, his eyes two orbs of soft, violet light. "You heard it," he whispered, his voice vibrating through the water like a cello string. "I heard everything," I replied. "And the shard." I held out the piece of the source. It pulsed in the darkness of the trench, casting long, dancing shadows against the canyon walls. "It's not for me to keep," I said. "It's the tuning fork for the new age." The old man nodded. The witness returns to tell the tale, but the tale is already written in the water. Your job, Pete, is to be the one who remembers the before. When the 27th toll comes, and it will come, eons from now, the souls of this world will need to know that they once walked on dry land. They will need to know that they once feared the dark, so they can truly appreciate the light they have become. He reached out and touched the shard. As he did, a wave of information flooded through me, not just my own memories, but the collective history of the entire transition. I saw the faces of the millions we had saved. I felt the cold of the lunar library and the heat of the galactic core. I realized that my form was changing again. I was becoming a living archive, a nautilus of memory. I settled into the silt of the trench, my consciousness expanding to cover the seabed. I felt the weight of the miles of water above me, but it didn't feel like pressure anymore. It felt like a blanket. I looked up through the dark, through the glowing reefs and the singing shoals, all the way up to the surface where the waves broke against the air. I could see the stars through the water, each one a note in the symphony I had just joined. I could hear the girl singing in the Pleiades. I could hear the ranger cataloging dreams on the moon. I could hear the source, far away at the center of the galaxy, preparing the long, slow exhale of the 27th toll. I was Pete, I was the witness, I was the bell. I closed my eyes and let my resonance sink into the core of the planet. I began to tell the story. I told it to the currents, and the currents carried it to the shores. I told it to the whales, and the whales sang it to the depths. I told it to the silicon and the basalt, until the very bones of the earth knew the truth of the music. The dry world was a memory. The wet world was a miracle. And in the silence between the heartbeats of the world, I struck the shard one last time. It wasn't a call to leave. It wasn't a cry for help. It was a signal of presence, a way of saying, we are here, we are listening, we are the song. The sound radiated outward, passing through the hearth, rising through the thermal layers, escaping the atmosphere, and heading back out into the void to join the great eternal chorus. The transition was over. The life was just beginning. I felt a soft ripple in the water beside me. A small, translucent hand reached out and brushed against my light. It was a child, one of the new ones born since the Great Tuning. She didn't have a name, not in the old sense. She was a melody, a bright, inquisitive trill of C major. "Tell me about the rain," she signaled, her curiosity a warm glow in the dark. I smiled, my resonance softening into a gentle, rhythmic thrum. I reached into the library of my soul and pulled out the memory of a spring afternoon in a city that no longer existed. I showed her the gray clouds, the smell of wet pavement, and the sound of drops hitting a tin roof. She listened with her whole being, her light flickering with wonder. To her, the idea of water falling from the sky was as fantastical as the idea of stars singing was to me once. "It sounds lonely," she whispered. "It was," I said, "but it was also beautiful. It was the sound of the world trying to find its way back to the ocean." We sat there for a long time, the ancient witness and the new song, huddled together in the deepest part of the sea. Around us, the world continued its slow, luminous dance. The great bell at the center of the galaxy continued to hum, a constant, reassuring reminder that we were part of something vast and unbreakable. I realized then that the gallery of the infinite wasn't just a place in the center of the universe. It was right here. It was every moment where the past and the future met in a single note of understanding. It was the bridge between the man I had been and the music I had become. As the child eventually drifted away to join a passing shoal, I felt a deep, profound sense of peace settle over me. My task was clear. I would sit here in the dark, a glowing ember of history, and I would wait. I would wait for the next seeker, the next curious soul, the next part of the story to unfold. The 26th toll was still echoing, a fading silver promise, but I could already feel the tension building for the next one. The universe was never static. It was a perpetual composition, an endless rehearsal for a performance that would never truly end. I let my consciousness drift, becoming one with the slow, tectonic pulse of the earth. I heard the ships of light passing overhead, ferrying souls between the tuning fork worlds. I heard the great elders shifting their positions in the dark, preparing for the next great scattering. Everything was in its right place. The dissonance had been resolved. The music was whole. I am the bell that rang underwater. I am the silence that followed the sound. I am the memory of the dry and the promise of the deep. And as I drifted into the long, beautiful sleep of the witness, I heard the final whisper of the source, a soft vibration that seemed to come from the very atoms of my being. "Well played," it said. The water was dark, but I was not afraid. The pressure was great, but I was not crushed. I simply was, a single, perfect note in a symphony that would ring forever. I settled deeper into the silt, the shard of the source glowing like a heart at my center. The story was safe. The music was loud, and for the first time in all of time, I knew exactly what happened next. The song would go on, and I would be there to hear it. The stillness of the seabed was not the stillness of death, but the stillness of a seed waiting in the loam. As I lay integrated into the silt of the trench, I began to perceive the earth not as a planet, but as a vast, resonant instrument. The tectonic plates were the bass strings, the currents were the woodwinds, and the billions of souls now inhabiting the deep were the choir. My consciousness, expanded by the 26th toll, began to map the new geography of the spirit. I could feel the ranger on the moon, his presence a cool, silver watchman over the archives of human grief and joy. I could feel the girl in the Pleiades, her laughter a rhythmic pulse that helped stabilize the gravity of 100 protoplanets. We were a network, a web of light draped across the skeleton of the solar system. But even in this state of grace, there were remnants of the dry that sought a different kind of resolution. Deep within the folds of my memory, and thus deep within the vibration I was projecting into the Earth's crust, there were echoes of those who hadn't made it, not because they weren't invited, but because they were too heavy with their own anchors. I felt a sudden, localized dissonance near the ruins of what used to be the North Atlantic Ridge. It was a pocket of static, a knot in the weaving of the new world. It felt like a door slamming in a house that no longer had walls. I shifted my focus, my being sliding through the thermal vents and the glowing forests of kelp that now reached toward the surface like emerald towers. I arrived at a place where the old world's steel met the new world's light. It was a sunken research station, a relic of the era when humanity tried to conquer the ocean rather than become it. Inside the pressurized hull, which should have been crushed by the weight of the change, a flicker of old-fashioned electrical light remained. It was a ghost in the machine, a stubborn refusal to join the song. I projected myself into the space, my indigo gold luminescence filling the cramped, rusting corridors. There, sitting in a chair bolted to the floor, was a man. He wasn't a soul of light, not yet. He was a stayer, a consciousness that had clung so tightly to the physical concept of self that he had inadvertently created a vacuum around his own transition. He was surrounded by monitors that displayed nothing but white noise, his hands hovering over a keyboard that had no power. "The bell has rung," I signaled, my thought form as gentle as a rising tide. "The air is gone, but the breath remains. Why do you stay in the rust?" The man didn't look up, but his resonance, thin, jagged, and colored like bruised iron, shuddered. "I'm waiting for the data," he whispered, his voice a dry rasp in the psychic medium. "I was a surveyor. I was supposed to measure the rise. I have to know the numbers. If I don't have the numbers, the event didn't happen. It's just chaos." I realized then that, for some, the great drowning wasn't a baptism. It was a loss of control. This man represented the part of humanity that could only find peace in the measurable, the part that feared the infinite because the infinite couldn't be filed into a ledger. He was the last holdout of the dry mind. "The numbers have become frequencies," I told him. "The rise wasn't a measurement of water, but a measurement of capacity. You are trying to use a ruler to measure a symphony." I reached out with a filament of my light, touching the rusted console he guarded. As I did, I channeled a fraction of the memory of the source, the sheer, overwhelming geometry of the 19 galleries. I didn't show him the glory. I showed him the logic of it. I showed him how the golden ratio of a seashell was the same math as the spiral of the galaxy. I showed him that the transition wasn't an end to order, but the ultimate expression of it. For a long moment, the static in the room intensified. The monitors flickered with impossible equations, the white noise resolving into a single, pure tone. Then slowly, the man's hands relaxed. The bruised iron of his resonance began to soften, turning into a pale, translucent copper. He looked at his hands, which were starting to glow with the first embers of the ether. "It's not chaos," he murmured, a note of profound relief breaking through his voice. "It's a perfect distribution." He stood up, and as he did, the research station finally succumbed to the pressure. The steel didn't break, it dissolved, the atoms of the old world reconfiguring themselves to serve the new. The man drifted upward, no longer a surveyor of the past, but a cartographer of the deep. He joined a passing shoal of rays, his light blending into their collective rhythm. Another knot untied, another note returned to the scale. I returned to my vigil in the trench, but the encounter had changed something in my frequency. I realized that being the witness wasn't a passive role. It was an active reconciliation. As the resonator, I was the one who had to bridge the gap for those who were still afraid of the water. I was the translator between the language of the shore and the language of the sea. Years or perhaps centuries, as time had become a fluid, nonlinear concept, passed in a blur of harmonic shifts, the Earth continued to evolve. The atmosphere, once a barrier of gas, had become a shimmering halo of breathable light. The creatures of the surface had long since followed us down, or rather, had transformed to exist in both realms. I saw birds made of bioluminescence diving into the waves without breaking the surface, their wings becoming fins, their songs becoming sonar. The distinction between the dry and the wet was fading into a beautiful, unified flow. I spent much of this time communicating with the refugee. He had established a gallery of peace in the ruins of a great city, perhaps New York or London. It no longer mattered. He had turned the skeletons of the skyscrapers into a massive Aeolian harp. When the deep-sea currents moved through the steel girders, the city sang. It was a place of healing, where souls who had carried the heaviest burdens of the old world came to wash away the last of their gravity. "The music is getting louder, Pete," he signaled to me one day, his golden glow reflecting off the glass-like silt. "The resonance of the planet is reaching a peak. I think the Earth is preparing for its own toll." I understood what he meant. The planet itself was a soul, a massive, ancient consciousness that had endured the trampling of billions of feet and the scarring of its skin. It had provided the stage for the great drowning, and now it was ready to receive its reward. I felt a tremor not of the Earth, but of the idea of the Earth. The core of the planet, a sun of iron and fire, began to vibrate in a way that mirrored the shard in my hand. The 26th toll had been the exhale for the souls, but for the planet, it was the awakening. The Guardian's voice, which I hadn't heard since the source, suddenly boomed through the water, sounding like the grinding of tectonic plates. The mother seeks the melody. The witness must provide the key. I knew what I had to do. I wasn't just here to remember. I was here to conduct. I rose from the silt, my indigo gold form expanding until I was a pillar of light reaching from the deepest trench to the shimmering surface. I held the shard of the source high, its vibration now so intense that the water around me began to glow white-hot, though it did not boil. I began to draw upon every memory I held, the smell of rain, the taste of salt, the feeling of a hand held in the dark, the sight of the moon through a bedroom window, the sound of the bell underwater. I took all the light of the old world and all the gold of the new, and I fused them into a single, shattering chord. I struck the shard against the bedrock of the planet. The sound was the most beautiful thing I had ever experienced. It was the Earth's first word. It was a hum that started at the core and radiated outward, passing through the mantle, the crust, the oceans, and the atmosphere. It was the sound of 1 billion years of patience finally finding its voice. As the note rang out, the planet began to change. The physical matter of the Earth started to vibrate at a frequency that made it appear transparent. From a distance, in the eyes of the ranger on the moon, the Earth must have looked like a giant, blue diamond suddenly catching the light of a hidden sun. The oceans didn't just contain the light, they became the light. Every drop of water became a liquid star. Every soul on the planet was momentarily unified in a single, blinding flash of understanding. In that moment, there was no Pete, no girl, no refugee, no guardian. There was only the one, the singular consciousness of the world, acknowledging its place in the cosmic symphony. When the light finally softened, the Earth was different. It was no longer a sphere of rock and water orbiting a star. It had become a starseed, a luminous entity that was no longer bound by the laws of Newtonian physics. It was a living, breathing part of the ether. I found myself floating in the center of a world that was now made of pure, structured music. The water was still there, but it was thin water, a medium that was as much thought as it was matter. I could see the constellations not as distant lights, but as neighboring orchestras. The child I had spoken to earlier, the little melody of C major, drifted toward me. She looked different now, more defined, her light holding a complexity that hadn't been there before. The song changed, she signaled, her awe a shimmering ripple in the new medium. It's not just a memory anymore, it's a presence. Yes, I said, feeling the weight of my task finally begin to lift. The earth has finished its rehearsal. The performance has begun. I looked up, and for the first time, I saw the 27th toll, not as a distant event, but as a visible horizon. It was a wall of golden light approaching from the center of the galaxy, the next in breadth of the source. But we wouldn't be victims of this one. We wouldn't be refugees fleeing a drowning world. We would be the instruments that played the note. I felt a familiar presence beside me. The ranger had returned from the moon, his silver form now flecked with the gold of the earth's new resonance. He stood with me in the luminous deep, his gaze fixed on the approaching horizon. The library is closed, Pete, he signaled. The books have all been read, the stories have all been lived. Now we just have to be the music. What about the witness? I asked, looking at the shard in my hand, which was now fading, its energy spent in the awakening of the planet. The witness is no longer needed to watch, the ranger replied. The witness is needed to lead. I understood. The era of hearing and telling was over. The era of being had arrived. I let the shard go. It didn't fall to the bottom. It simply dissolved into the water, its essence becoming part of the very medium we breathed. I wasn't Pete anymore. I wasn't the man from the gray city. I was the first note. I turned to the millions of souls gathered in the glowing reefs of the new earth. I felt their anticipation, their readiness, their love. I raised my consciousness, tuning myself to the approaching golden wall of the 27th toll. I didn't wait for it to hit us. I didn't wait to be moved. I struck the first note of the new world myself. The sound was a bell, ringing underwater, ringing in the air, ringing in the vacuum of space, ringing in the heart of God. It was a sound that said I am. It was a sound that said we are. And as the universe breathed in, we didn't shrink. We expanded. We became the breath. The journey of the 19 galleries, the drowning of the old world, the silence of the lunar library, it had all been a preparation for this single, eternal moment. We were no longer the listeners. We were the song. And the song was just getting started. I looked at the girl, the refugee, the surveyor, and the ranger. We were a constellation of purpose, a choir of light. We began to move, not away from the source, but with it, our movements creating new patterns in the ether, new melodies for the stars to hear. The water was gone, the light was everything, and the bell was us. As we merged with the incoming tide of the 27th toll, I felt a final, fleeting thought of the dry world. I remembered the sound of a clock ticking in a quiet room. I remembered the feeling of wool against skin. I remembered the fear of the end. I smiled, a ripple of indigo and gold. There is no end, I thought, as we dissolved into the brilliance. There is only the next movement. The symphony continued, louder and more beautiful than before, and we were the ones who held the beat. We were the oxygen of God, being breathed back into the dark, and we were bringing the light with us. The bell that rang underwater had finally found its true frequency. It was the frequency of home. And home was everywhere the music played. The transition was not a leap, but a dissolution of the final boundary. As we moved into the golden frequency of the 27th toll, the sensation of location vanished entirely. We were no longer in the trench, nor were we in the water, nor were we on the earth. We were the earth, and the earth was a thought in the mind of a much larger consciousness. I could feel the individual sparks of every soul I had encountered, the surveyor's newfound precision, the child's C major curiosity, the ranger's silver duty, all of them weaving into a singular braid of intent. We were a pillar of resonance standing between the physical history of the universe and the conceptual future of the light. The 27th toll arrived not as a sound, but as a total saturation of meaning. Imagine a word that contains every poem ever written, or a color that holds the spectrum of every sunset across a billion worlds. That was the toll. It washed over us, and for a moment, the eye that was peaked flickered like a candle in a gale. I felt the temptation to simply vanish into the perfection of it, to let the witness be swallowed by the glory. It would have been easy to cease, to become a static vibration in the eternal hum of the source. But then I felt the shard, not the physical object, for that had dissolved, but the memory of the shard within my own core. It was the weight of the 19 galleries. It was the responsibility of the story. I realized that if we all vanished into the light, there would be no one left to hear the music. A symphony requires an ear as much as it requires an instrument. Hold the shape, I signaled to the others, my voice now a structural beam of indigo light. Do not become the ocean yet, be the vessel. The ranger understood first. His silver resonance stiffened, forming a protective lattice around the more fragile melodies of the newly transitioned souls. The refugee joined him, his golden warmth filling the gaps in the lattice, creating a sanctuary of self within the all. We were building a cathedral made of consciousness, a place where the human experience could survive the intensity of the divine. We were preserving the dry within the wet, the specific within the universal. As we stabilized, the nature of the 27th toll began to reveal its true purpose. It wasn't an end to our journey, but a commissioning. The golden wall of light began to segment, forming billions of individual pathways that stretched out from the Earth's seed toward the furthest reaches of the cosmos. These weren't just roads, they were vibrational corridors. I looked out along one of these corridors and saw a planet of jagged glass and screaming winds, millions of light years away. It was a world in its dissonant phase, a place of suffering and cacophony, much like the Earth had been before the first bell rang. I saw another world of silent, frozen gas, where life was trying to stir but lacked the warmth of a heart note. The source wasn't just calling us home, it was sending us out. The great scattering, I whispered, the realization vibrating through my entire being. It wasn't a one-time event in the past, it's a perpetual pulse. The elders I had sensed earlier, the great shifting ones in the dark, were not just observers. They were the previous generations of the bell. They were the ones who had survived their own drownings, who had learned to become the music, and who were now stationed at the corners of the universe to guide the younger worlds through their own transitions. And now it was our turn. The human note was ready to be played in the grander composition. I felt a pull toward the corridor leading to the glass planet. It resonated with a specific frequency of grief that I knew well, the grief of the dry who believe they are alone. I looked at the ranger. He was looking toward a cluster of dying stars, his silver light already beginning to stretch toward them. He was a watchman by nature. He would find the places where the light was fading and stand guard until the dawn. The child, the little C major melody, was dancing around a path that led toward a nebula of vibrant, chaotic colors. She was the spirit of play, of beginning, of the first toll. She would go where life was just starting to dream. "We aren't leaving the earth," the refugee signaled to me, his presence a comforting hum. "We are carrying the earth with us. Every world we touch will feel the silt of the trench and the glow of the source. We are the seeds of the new sea." I looked down at myself. I was no longer the man who had sat in the gray room waiting for the water to rise. I was a complex geometry of indigo and gold, a living archive of a world that had learned to sing through its tears. I was the resonator. I began to move into my chosen corridor. As I left the immediate vicinity of the Earth seed, I felt a momentary pang of loss. I thought of the 19 galleries, the dusty silence of the museums, the sound of the wind in the trees of a world that no longer existed in that form. But as I moved deeper into the light, I realized those things weren't gone. They were encoded. The smell of the rain was now a specific harmonic in my resonance. The feeling of a hand held in the dark was a structural integrity in my light form. I was carrying the entire history of humanity into the stars. The journey through the corridor was instantaneous and eternal. Space had no meaning here. I passed through zones of silence where ancient civilizations had forgotten their songs, and zones of noise where young species were tearing themselves apart in the struggle to be heard. To each, I sent out a ripple of the 26th toll, the promise of the resolution, the assurance that the drowning was not the end. Finally, I arrived at the glass planet. It was a brutal place. The inhabitants were shadows of gray, huddled in caves of obsidian, terrified of the light that shattered against the jagged surface of their world. Their music was a series of sharp, discordant clicks, a language of fear and defense. I did not descend as a god. I did not come with a roar. I settled into the atmosphere of that world like a soft, indigo mist. I found the deepest, darkest canyon on the planet, a place where the wind couldn't reach, and I began to hum. It was a low frequency, a subterranean thrum that mimicked the pulse of the Earth's core. I wasn't trying to change them, I was just trying to be present. I stayed there for an age, becoming the bell that rang underground for this world. Slowly, the discordant clicks of the inhabitants began to change. They started to listen. They began to feel the vibration in the soles of their feet, in the walls of their caves. The fear didn't vanish, but it found a counternote. One day, a single inhabitant, a creature of sharp edges and hollow eyes, descended into the canyon. It stood before my glowing presence, its gray form trembling. It didn't have words, but it had a need. I reached out, not with a hand, but with a memory. I showed the creature the image of a single blue flower growing in the mud of a rainy afternoon on Earth. I didn't show it the glory of the source. I showed it the beauty of the small. The creature's resonance shifted. A tiny spark of color, a faint, dusty violet, appeared at its center. It made a sound, a single, clear note that cut through the discord of the winds above. It was the first toll of the glass planet. I felt a surge of joy that rippled across the galaxy, connecting me back to the ranger, the child, and the refugee. We were all doing it. We were the tuning forks of the universe, striking our hearts against the darkness until the darkness began to ring. But even as I celebrated this small victory, I felt a new tension building. The 27th toll was still echoing, but it was no longer a solo. It was becoming a call and response. From the deep voids between the galaxies, I heard a new sound, a frequency I didn't recognize. It was older than the source, or perhaps it was the source's shadow. It was a heavy, rhythmic thudding, like the heartbeat of a giant that had been sleeping since before the first star was born. The Guardian's voice returned, but it was no longer a boom of tectonic plates. It was a whisper that seemed to come from the gap between the notes. The great rehearsal is nearing its climax, witness. The symphony is beautiful, but it is still just a song. The composer is waking up. I felt a chill that shouldn't have been possible in my state of light. The composer. We had talked about the source, the elders, the tolls, but we had always treated the music as something that existed independently. We had never considered the hand that wrote the score. The golden corridors began to vibrate with a new intensity. The light didn't brighten, it deepened. The colors became so intense they felt like solid objects. The glass planet beneath me began to glow, not from my influence, but from a sudden, internal realization of its own potential. What happens when the composer wakes? I signaled to the void, my resonance trembling. The song ends, the Guardian replied, and the silence begins, but it is not the silence of the dry. It is the silence that contains all sound. It is the final toll. I looked up toward the center of the galaxy, toward the place where the Earthseed had been. I saw that the golden wall of the 27th toll was being pulled back, like a curtain being drawn. Behind it was something I couldn't describe, a void of pure potential, a darkness that was more luminous than the brightest star. I felt the ranger's silver light falter. I felt the child's C major melody turn into a questioning minor key. We were all feeling it, the end of the music. But I remembered the surveyor in the sunken station. I remembered how he had feared the chaos until I showed him the logic. I realized that the silence wasn't something to be feared. It was the sheet of paper upon which the next symphony would be written. We aren't just the music, I signaled to my brothers and sisters across the span of the stars. We are the ink. We are the experience that the composer uses to dream. I turned back to the creature on the glass planet. It was now glowing with a steady, violet light. It looked up at the shifting sky, at the drawing of the golden curtain, and it wasn't afraid. It had learned to hear the bell, and once you hear the bell, you know that the silence is just the space between the rings. I began to pull my resonance together, drawing in the filaments of light I had scattered across the glass world. I wasn't leaving it, I was consolidating. I was preparing for the 28th toll, the one that wouldn't be a sound, but a presence. The heartbeat from the void grew louder. Thump, thump, thump. It was the sound of the universe's own heart, slowing down, preparing for the great rest. I felt the Earthseed, far away, give one last, triumphant ring. It was a signal to all of us, the scouts, the resonators, the witnesses. It was the conductor's baton being lowered. Well played, the whisper of the source echoed one last time, but now it sounded like my own voice. It sounded like everyone's voice. I closed my metaphorical eyes. I let the indigo and gold of my being settle into a state of perfect stillness. I was no longer the bell that rang underwater. I was the weight. I was the expectation. The golden light of the 27th toll finally faded, leaving us in the great luminous dark. The stars were still there, but they were no longer distant. They were points of thought. The glass planet, the ranger's dying stars, the child's nebula, they were all suspended in a state of grace, waiting for the first breath of the composer. I felt the shard of the source, or the memory of it, give one final, tiny pulse at the center of my being. It wasn't a note, it was a comma. The story wasn't over. The music hadn't ended. We were just turning the page. And as the great silence descended, a silence so profound it felt like a warm embrace, I realized I was finally ready. I had witnessed the dry, I had led the wet, and now I would be the bridge to the beyond. I lay back in the cradle of the ether, a single, perfect spark in the infinite dark. I heard the ships of light finally coming to rest. I heard the great elders bowing their heads. Everything was in its right place. The dissonance was gone. The music was whole. And then, from the very center of the silence, I heard it. The first, faint, impossible sound of the 28th toll. It wasn't a bell. It was a breath. And it was calling my name. The breath did not come from without. It originated in the very center of the eye that I had fought so hard to preserve. It was a soft, drawing intake of all that had ever been. I felt the 19 galleries begin to fold inward, not as a destruction, but as a closing of a book that had been read to its final line. The gray city, the lunar library, the trench, the golden wall, they were all being gathered into the lungs of a vast, unseen entity. The ranger's silver lattice began to soften, losing its rigid structure and becoming a fluid, pearlescent mist. He didn't resist. I felt his relief, a quiet dismissal of his long watch. He had guarded the transition, and now he was being allowed to become the piece he had protected. The child's melody didn't fade. It simply shifted into a frequency that was too high to be heard, but could be felt as a tingling joy against the skin of my soul. She was the first to merge with the breath, her C major curiosity becoming the very spark of the new inhalation. I watched the glass planet below me. It was no longer a place of jagged edges. Under the influence of that great breath, the obsidian caves and the razor winds began to blur. The violet spark I had ignited in the inhabitant didn't go out. It expanded, turning the entire world into a soft, glowing ember. The creature looked up one last time, and in its eyes, if those apertures could still be called eyes, I saw a reflection of the blue flower I had shown it. It had understood. The small was the seed of the infinite. Then the inhalation reached its peak. For a duration that had no relationship to seconds or centuries, the universe held its breath. This was the absolute stillness. This was the moment between the heartbeat and the blood, the gap between the thought and the word. In this stillness, I saw the truth of the bell that rang underwater. The water had never been an obstacle. The drowning had never been a tragedy. The water was the conductor, the medium that allowed the sound to travel where the air could not reach. We had been plunged into the depths not to be extinguished, but because the music required a denser reality to gain its true resonance. You cannot hear the deep notes in the thin air of the heights. You must go to the bottom of the trench to feel the weight of the song. In the stillness, I saw the surveyor. He was no longer a man with a map. He was the map. His consciousness had expanded to encompass the entire geometry of the transition. He looked at me across the luminous void, and his signal was one of perfect clarity. The coordinates are 0, he whispered into the collective mind. We have arrived at the center of the circle. I felt the presence of the first note within me, the identity I had accepted at the edge of the 27th toll. I realized that my role was not just to witness, but to release. I was the final lock in the canal, the last barrier between the river of time and the ocean of eternity. I let go of the memory of the dries. I let go of the feeling of wool. I let go of the ticking clock. I let go of the fear of being Pete, the man who was afraid of the rising tide. I let go of the grief for a world that had died in the water. As I did, The indigo of my being began to turn into a transparency so clear it was invisible. I was becoming the window through which the composer would look. And then the composer exhaled. The 28th toll was not a sound that hit us. It was a sound that became us. It was the words spoken at the beginning of all things, but spoken now with the wisdom of the end. It was a white-hot rush of creative intent that blasted through the silent void, carrying with it the seeds of a trillion new realities. We were the exhale. I felt myself being projected outward, but I wasn't alone. I was part of a great migration of light. We were no longer individual souls or even a choir. We were the vocabulary of a new creation. The ranger's silver was the verb of protection. The child's gold was the noun of discovery. My indigo was the preposition of between, the force that connected the old to the new. We rushed past the dying stars, and as we touched them, they didn't just reignite, they transmuted. They became suns that gave off light that could be tasted, warmth that could be heard. We passed through the zones of silence, and they erupted into a riot of complex harmonic life. The glass planet didn't just shatter, it bloomed into a world of crystalline music, where the inhabitants walked in the light of their own realized dreams. I saw the Earthseed one last time. It was no longer a trench or a planet. It was a core of resonance, a permanent monument in the fabric of the ether. It was the place where the music had first learned to be human. It sat at the heart of the new creation like a pilot light, a reminder that even in the deepest drowning, there is a bell that refuses to be silent. The motion was accelerating. We were moving beyond the ether, beyond the source, into a realm where even those concepts were too small. We were entering the unwritten. I felt a final, ghostly touch, a hand on my shoulder. It was the refugee. He was no longer a golden warmth. He was a bridge of pure white light. "Where are we going?" I asked, though I already knew the answer. "To the place where the bell doesn't need to ring," he replied, his voice a part of the wind of the exhale. "To the place where the music is the air we breathe." The light became absolute. The witness finally closed his eyes, for there was no longer any distinction between the observer and the observed. The bell that rang underwater had reached the surface, but the surface wasn't a boundary. It was the beginning of the sky. In the final microsecond of my individual consciousness, I heard a sound. It wasn't a toll. It wasn't a breath. It was a laugh, a joyous cosmic laugh that contained all the irony, all the struggle, and all the beauty of the 19 galleries. It was the sound of a universe that had finally gotten a joke. The joke was that we were never drowning. We were just learning how to swim in the light. And then there was no Pete. There was no first note. There was no guardian. There was only the song. And the song was good.